I had to restart the stream.
Is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any part of this call of the MP3 recording and any text that I entered into the accompanying text. You do not need permission, and no notification is needed. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the top left Live Now button to see which show is presently underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 10:40 a.m. on Friday. Now button to see which show is presently underway. This is episode number 3001. I have on the phone with me Loco in LA, and can you hear me, and how are you today?
Yeah, I can hear you, dude. That intro is a little long. It's 10:40 p.m., not a.m.
I'm sorry, thank you. 10:40, yes, 10:40 p.m.
on 12:40 a.m. in Louisiana, East Washington. All
right.
Anyways, I just wanted to say I couldn't use my PIN to log in under Loco in LA because it's being used in another call right now, which is not, whatever.
Yeah, no, I have a question for you. It's pretty informal, but... I
might have the answer depending on what's the question, but I'm not giving you shit.
I
totally before, and I had to learn new trends all over again.
Totally understand. I have a question. It's up to you. I appreciate. But you had me remove 3 calls that we did, and I'm asking.
Keep harping on that. Like, you talk about this shit every time I see you. Like, yes, you removed my calls from your show.
But it's in the. But this is in the. This is in the recording, and it's never been recorded. I've never had you on a recording. This time, I'm not going to remove it. I'm just asking why you had me do that, please.
Oh, because I wanted to. That's why. So.
Okay. So what's been going on with you since those calls were in the fall of 2010, and here that was close to 2 years ago. What's new going on with you, please?
All the same, it's a different day. Nothing new. It's all the same, different day.
You made the comment the other night that we're on different sides of the fence. What did you mean by that, please?
I just mean like I said, 75, 25, maybe 25%.
So you think I'm? Go ahead.
I give all these guests and all these people logged in. Maybe we might have 2 real people in here looking for valuable information. The rest of them are just fishing. I might even know at least one of them, or they might think they know everything about me. Huh.
But so
that's what I learned
what's
about
on your
these calls? It's just nothing but fucking shills and phonies.
A lot of shills and phonies on these calls at TalkShoe.com that are targeted individual oriented.
If there's any real targets listening to this that's on this call, don't tell these people shit. Don't tell them a fucking thing. Don't get on these calls and think you can build trust with somebody and you can trust anybody from any of these calls with anything. You don't want everybody to know. I never did.
Let's have some more on that, because I totally agree with everything. I'm sorry?
I'm not trying to elaborate on anything.
Okay.
Cut and dry.
It's pretty cut and dry, and I am totally with Loke on that one. So what's been going on with you in the last year and a half since we've talked?
My computer, I was reading this news story earlier. This is so funny because, like I said, this is real around here. Somebody, like this, whatever. They need to kick in my door and fucking shoot me is what they need to do. If they're going to do anything, that's what they need to do. Anyways, I had put up a story earlier about this woman that was shot. The car fired 11 shots into a car, and it just fucking switched to a cab all by itself. Isn't it amazing? It just now did that.
But I mean, targeting-wise, in your life, what's been going on? Do you mind telling us?
chemical warfare in many ways.
So you're still being harassed?
No, I mean, yeah, but it went more back to overt. Like, not overt, but they think they're overt. I'm seeing fucking familiar faces everywhere. They just don't know how familiar they really are.
Okay. And people are, but so they think they're harassing, but it's not bothering you very much. Is that the size of it?
Oh, man. You know what? It's like, what do you know?
So what's new with you? What's new in the last year and a half? I haven't heard your cheerful voice in a year and a half. I'm just curious, what's new, please?
Cheerful right now?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Speech.
Nothing.
Is that the size of it?
Yeah, I'm sure it might be real. Oh, man. You could be getting paid real well. It's like,
I promise you, I absolutely have. So what's new with you? What's new in the last year and a half? I haven't heard your cheerful voice in a year and a half. I'm just curious, what's new, please?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Nothing.
Is that the size of it?
Yeah, I'm the HJ. Never mind. I'll pull it up. Hold on, I'll pull it up myself. But,
whatever.
Everything's
Everything's
muted. 2
muted.
weeks ago, I come on these calls 2 weeks ago. You didn't have a show, and now all of a sudden you got a show and you're doing recordings again. It's so fucking obvious, man. Come on.
I can tell you what happened. I can tell you that in January of 2012, my show got shut down. My show number 87161, but they left the recordings, and for 4 months, I logged in, I listened, and I monitored other shows. I did not have my other show.
Let's pay attention here to the convenient timeline. Van first comes to talk to, 2 weeks before I got on talk to, and then and everybody knows my computer's hijacked. So I mean, me getting the links that I got that brought me here to start off with, I'm sure that's no coincidence because those don't exist. You got a show 2 weeks before I come here, and you're doing recordings, and then all of a sudden now you're doing recordings again. I'm just saying,
I can tell you that. I can tell you what spurred me to start the show.
What's been going on with your targeting?
What's been going on?
Tell me a little bit about yourself.
Sure. What I can tell you is, by the way, I want to tell you about my show. I want to respond to what you just said. What happened was Renita had a great call up till about 3 weeks ago, and then all of a sudden she used to record, but all of her calls disappeared, and now she's under the thumb, it appears, of and her calls were really down to earth, and she recorded, and there were 5 to 7 great recordings, and now they all disappeared, and she's under the thumb of freedomschs.com.
Oh, is this, is this the first call period?
Pardon me?
Is this your first call period? You know what? I just want to say right now that it is Saturday, June 9th at 12:47 a.m. in Louisiana. I'm looking at this catalog right now, and it says 10:53 a.m. So I don't know what's really going on with this, but
where does it say 10? I don't see that 10:53 anywhere.
I'm gonna go get off the phone so I'm not distracted.
Where does it say 10:50?
LA, and I'm logging off at 12:47 a.m. Saturday, June 9th.
And this is Chuck in Vancouver, Washington, and I show 10:47 in Vancouver, Washington, and I have restarted my call, but I wanted to continue. I may have lost Loco. She's certainly welcome to call back in Vancouver, Washington, and I show. But what happened was 10:47 and went away, Vancouver, Washington, and I have restarted my call, but I wanted to continue. I may have lost Loco. She's certainly welcome to call back in Vancouver, Washington, and I show to restart my call. But what happened was 10:47 and went away, Vancouver, Washington, and I have restarted my call, but I wanted to continue. I may have lost Loco. She's certainly welcome to call back in Vancouver, Washington, and I so you can enter chatforever.com 1047 in Vancouver, Washington, and then select out I have restarted my account, but I wanted to continue Chuck in Vancouver, Washington, and I so you can enter chatforever.com 1047 in Vancouver, Washington, and then select out I have restarted my account, but I wanted to continue Chuck in Vancouver, Washington, and I
Perché a fine avrei parlato, ma
1047 in Vancouver, Washington, and then I have restarted my account, but I wanted to continue
perché a fine avrei parlato, ma perché a fine avrei parlato, ma
like April of 2006, and now I'm talking about 1997 is based on that far back. And also, there was time back during the 90s where I had them hiding across the Paul Rasmus building where I live. And just recently, like a month ago, I was telling my son about they live right next door to me. The guy was trying to died in the apartment complex. So when things like that start to happen, I let that raise the red flag. Maybe you're marked. Maybe something is going to come later. I'm giving you a long list of things.
Okay, now you say that this was actually your grandfather. Was your
Possibly. I say possibly. I have no. You're not going to get a registered letter. You're not going to ever know for sure.
I know. I mean, I'm not 100% positive of how it happened to me, but I have ideas. And the video of gang shouting on Dino, that guy is right on. But
I have no. You're not going to get a registered letter. You're not going to ever know for sure.
I know. I mean, I'm not 100% positive of how it happened to me, but I have ideas.
You just don't know. And by the way, I do want to respond to the one that Jeff was referring to as HTTP. You're not going to get a registered letter. You're not going to ever know for sure. 3517, 20 minutes audio video. I have never talked to the guy. By the way, I do want to respond. You can listen to that. Yeah, I don't know. You're not going to get a registered letter. You're not going to ever know for sure. I don't know how it comes about. Video, audio, video, guy. You don't know right away. You do finally get things that if it starts to happen to you earlier in life, things that used to happen, they catch up with you after a while. It's not necessarily anything I did wrong. If it's something that happened a couple of generations ago, I would not know. It's not anything that I did during the time. I think that's important for TIs, for targeted individuals to understand that it's not necessarily because you did something wrong. It's not necessarily anything I did wrong. It's something that happened.
Because I figured there'd be talking to
generations ago,
stuff like that, but let's go forward. When you became overtly stuck, you had to find a regular job afterwards.
Targeted individuals to understand that I was not already working for myself when I became overtly stolen. That's when it really went. A couple of generations ago, I think maybe a couple of years earlier. Targeted individuals to understand that I was not already working for myself when I became overtly the woman that I was living at just wanted to argue about it. Well, people argue anywhere. It's just the weird things are happening. Things that happened. I was living in my RV at the time. I had to move the RV regularly. When things like that started to happen, I was not necessarily. I had that RV parked in 4 or 5 spots, by the way, and just something to think about. When those types of things start to happen, it might be a clue, and just wake up to the fact that maybe there's more to your story than things like that start to happen. I was not necessarily. I had that RV parked in 4 or 5 spots, by the way, and just something to think about. When those types of things start to happen, it might be a clue, and just wake up to the fact that maybe the RV more to your story than things like that start to happen. I was not necessarily. I had that RV parked in 4 or 5 spots, and just something to think about. Those things, the gang things, per se, what I would call it, they went very fast. The gang, the RV, like a type of story, and things like that. I mean, that was happening in 4 to 5 different times in the store. It was happening. I go to the video store, and just people think, those fires in the gang are going on. And per se, I would call it, God, they went where the riding with me in my vehicle would make the statement, "Man, you are so careful of a driver." Well, the reason I'm careful is people are pulling out in front of me, and you just think that's the way it is.
Oh yeah, that's just, you were getting the verbal sensitization. I get more of the visual sensitization, but it's still the same thing. It's to sensitize you to a certain stimuli, and then when they do it, it's basically we're keeping an eye on you. So that's
I wasn't thinking though that people were keeping an eye on me as people were pulling out in front of me. A lot of times at one intersection or a couple of intersections, people pulling out in front of me all the friggin' time. You know, I said,
and then when they
like
do it,
every
it's
time I come
basically
here,
we're keeping an eye on you.
you don't get it.
So that's
I wasn't thinking though that people were keeping an eye on me as people were pulling out in front of me. A lot of times at one intersection or a couple of intersections, pulling out in front of me all the friggin' time. You know, I said,
and then when they
like
do
every
it,
time I
it's
come
basically
here,
we're keeping an eye on you.
I wasn't thinking though that people were keeping an eye on me as people were pulling out in front of me. A lot of times at one intersection or a couple of intersections.
Is the secrecy. Why do you think there's so much secrecy with it?
Like
Because
every time I
we
come here,
have
you Yeah, I don't know. No, I've only known. By the way, overly salty. I mean, like I said, the dogs came at me, and I'm getting younger. The dogs came at me in April of 2006. It was 4 years later. In May 2010, I don't know. No, I've only known you for the last year. By the way, so I've only known about this organization change 4 years later for 2 years. So yeah, absolutely, it's a secret. It took me 4 years. Everybody does not know about it. It took me 4 years to come to the conclusion that that's what this was. And when I read it on Gang Stalking World, by the way, and I finally found it was on their blog, Portland Mercury, that's Portland, Oregon, and they had a description that almost sounded like I should have written this. You know, it was written by a Canadian kind of a guy, and he said, "What is happening? We're being gang stalked." The term is called gang stalking, and he wrote, and I've seen that term restated and rehashed many times. I've seen him paste that same text into many blogs. So he has done a great thing to help to get the word out. This guy. And he said, "What is happening? We're being gang stalked." The term is called gang stalking, and he wrote, "I've seen that term restated and rehashed many times." I've seen him paste that same text into many blogs. So he has done a great thing to get the word out. Yeah, and that's Eleanor White. That's what it is. I can't out of her comic strips. She does them from like about 25 of them from Peter the Perp standpoint, and another 25 from Tommy the T.I. or somebody like that. And like every one of those things, like comes close to mirroring me. There are a couple of three things, and I don't want to get into what they are.
No, don't.
Because I try to avoid the far out. And another 25 from a couple of three Tommy the T.I. or somebody like that. Every one of those, any reason like ever to give them any credibility because she and I don't want to get into what they are. Kind of put them in her comments. Honest to God, that's the only reason that I would ever, I just think it's so far fetched. But the other 2 or 3 of the 25 25 strips. The other 25, it's like a textbook on perfect. Peter the Perp, from the Perp standpoint, Tommy the TI from the TI standpoint, they're pretty good.
Yeah, also too, do you know any other authorities that would be good for us to get who are reading the game stock you can grab onto where there's no crazy talk?
I don't know.
Or
I don't know. The only thing regarding the crazy talk, let me just address that for a minute. If it doesn't, to the people that are out there listening, and they're going to hopefully be listening to this in 100 years, or that this is public domain, it is yours. You own it. No, publish it in 100. I don't know. The only thing regarding the crazy talk, let me just address that. If it sounds wacky, if it definitely is, that's been my personal observation. Everything that happens to me is completely explainable. I have never found anything yours that you own that I can't publish it in 100. I don't know. Visualize. The only thing regarding the crazy talk is real. I mean, from earthly. Let's put it that way. Something earthly. No, none of this wacky, woozy, far out stuff. Completely
Now with that man, some of the questions I asked
I can't
now we were
I don't know. The only thing regarding the crazy talk
you work with Vladimir Lenin in communist Russia he was the second in command, and he has a quote: "You may not be interested in war, but war is interested in you." And what's the first thing I asked James on it? Well, we were with we want you to fix this guy. Most people are neutral or when the news are really turned, do you think most people would cave in or tell them to go blank themselves or lash out?
I think here's the deal. Just something that I know nothing about, like a locksmith. If you're a locksmith, the perps know where to find you, but you can't go out and find them. That's the first thing. And there are an endless numbers of perps out there that can harass you. So you really don't have any choice but to play ball. If you're not already a perp when you got in there, you don't really have any choice. But you do what they want you to do. But you can't first place. And then that's the first thing. And their guy's car, his family, his business taxes, his home. I mean, they can shaft you in any number of different ways. Essentially, if you're a locksmith, I hate to pick on them, but you're the one that brought them up, Jeff. What I'm saying is, I don't think you have any choice but to play ball. I don't. Can you trust the locksmith? I don't know. I guess you can. But if you're a target, they're going to get into your place when you're not there. God, I hate to say that. It sounds so incredible. I'm just telling you. They want you to know that they've been there. They'll leave stuff behind. They'll move stuff around. But in my you're a target. The last place I live, I don't. They're going to get in your place. There was a cigarette butt one time. Say that. It sounds so incredible. I'm just telling you. And they want you to know that they've been there. They'll leave stuff behind. They move stuff around. But in my you're a target. The last place I live, they're going to get in your place. There was a cigarette butt one time. They want you to know that they've been there. I almost did, because my place is in, and I didn't do it. Now when I got in, they're going to get in. Once I understood after May of 2010, once I understood about this gang stalking thing, the last thing you want to do is ever call the cops. The last thing you ever want, because they're going to say, "You sound crazy. We need to send you to the honey farm and they'll come and haul you. I really understood. That's never happened to me. But I have heard about it enough times that I believe it. So it's a good thing I didn't pull the trapper. But never ever call a lot if you're a TI, if you're a targeted individual.
Now, this gets better. I have another question here too. What do you think
but I have heard about it enough times that I believe it. So it's a good thing I didn't pull the trapper. But never ever call a lot if you're a TI, if you're a targeted individual. That's a good one. God, I can't wait to answer that question. There's this guy here. I'm not even going to say his name. That has he's a perp, and he's got a show here on Talk To about perping. Oh, we're so misunderstood and walked on and all that, and he, but that's a good. He's one of the disinformation. But this one time I logged on to his show. I'm not even going to say it as a guest. I'm just listening to him talk, and he took like 5 facts about me, and he distorted every friggin' one of them. And he did that by adding information, by leaving out facts, by distorting, by, but like one time, 5 completely different lies, about me. Pardon me?
It's called spin.
Yeah, 5 facts about me. So I don't know why every friggin' one of them. And he did that. I'm not sure if he took a class, but if he got the talking point from somebody and that person took a class, I'm just telling you, it was, I'd heard that before, that about the spin about people, but I never had, it was never about me. This time, those 5, it was just like rat, tat, tat. And I don't think he knew I was listening in as a guest, or I don't think he'd have done it, but he showed me their hand. He showed me the first hand when he did that. It was incredible. And even today, he plays so innocent. And that's the thing about the perp in many of these shows around here is they play so innocent. Oh, they hurt. Oh, I can't believe you're saying that. I'm shocked. When he did band, or what do you want to call yourself now? Oh my God. How can you call me a perp? That hurt. Man, that really, I'm telling you, he's acting. The perp in many of these shows around here is they play so innocent. Oh, they hurt. Oh, I can't believe you're saying that. I'm shocked. When he did band, or what do you want to call yourself now? Oh my God. How can you call me a perp? That hurt. Man, that really, I'm telling you, he's acting. The perp in many of these shows around here is they play so innocent. Oh, they hurt. Oh, I can't believe you're saying that. I'm shocked. When he did band, or what do you want to call yourself now? Oh my God. How can you call me a perp? That hurt. Man, that really, I'm telling you, he's acting. The perp in many of these shows around here is they play so innocent. Sure. I mean, the one thing, I concur with you there, but one thing that is totally amazing is I spend a lot of time on talk2.com, where we are now. You're interviewing me, and we're using their resources, but I spend a lot of time in the chat room and listening to the conversation. And I just see Jack coming in all the time. You don't even have a login name, and that's fine. Wanted to enable that feature. They just have a guest. So I have seen guests, they log in like in 2s and 3s, and they slander somebody. Usually if they're slandering somebody, you know that person is probably a target. There's a reason why they're doing that, and they're mobbing up on them. And I'm not sure where I guess it was and here is just a plain old guest, making comments, and they sound so good. Yeah, they're trolls or whatever you want to call them, but they're slandering and they're mobbing. It's incredible, and it never ends. I'm not sure where I guess it was
another good one.
Here is just a plain old guest, making comments, and they sound so good. Yeah, they're trolls or whatever you want to call them, but they're slandering and they're mobbing.
about him,
It's incredible, and it never ends. I'm not sure where I guess it's supposed to be.
Another good one.
You know, the seriousness of things usually is always yes. They can come in and they come to you. Yeah, they're very phone, but they're slandering and they're mobbing. I don't think they're worried about it at all. From what I get the sense here, you know, when I've been I spent a lot of time on talk2.com. From my observations here, anything goes. You know, pretty much it's up to the host to mute somebody if they're out of line. And I have seen usually a guest, but even the people that aren't guests have a pseudonym login, so it could be J Doe or whatever, you know, and type stuff. And not only that, but people that know how to circumvent this system on TalkShoe, there can be 3 or 4 J Does. So, you know, I wouldn't recommend. I don't know how to do it. I don't want to know how to do it. What I'm saying though is I've seen that happen. You can actually tell, and I'm sorry to get technical here, but you can tell by the user number. I've not seen that the user numbers would be different, but most people aren't going to know enough to look at the user numbers. What I'm saying is, you know, that you can be a guest, or you can be a login. It's very rare when somebody uses the real name, so pretty much anything goes here.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there, and I'm not even talking about TalkShoe. I'm talking about just on the street and the workplace mob and that
to look at the user numbers. What I'm saying is, you know, that you can be a guest, or you can be a login. It's very rare when somebody uses the real name, so pretty much anything goes here.
Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there, and I'm not even talking about TalkShoe. I'm talking about just but anyways, the workplace mob
or you know enough to look at the user numbers. What I'm saying is, you know, that you can be a guest, or you can be a login. It's very rare when somebody uses the real name, so pretty much anything goes here. I don't know. I think the higher level ones normally are to look at the user numbers. You know, the kind of thing they are, but you can't prove it. You can never prove it. They generally drive fairly nice vehicles. I mean, the higher, the ones in the higher echelon. I don't know how that works. But one thing I do want to say, you know, let me just say this, a little commercial for myself. This is Chuck. I'm on talk2.com, show number 120297. You can find me there. You can find these recordings there. But I want to record. I want those perps. I want anybody, essentially TIs or perps. This show is about organized gang stalking. I do want to interview perps with real voices, not the chat room and not with voice change that are calling in. I'm talking about with a real voice that's not phonied up. Because I've already run. I already give up on the fake stuff because they game the system. But when they have to use their real voice, it's a little bit of a different deal. But I want to interview these people. I want people, maybe they live with a doctor and they know they have only X weeks or whatever to live. Because hopefully while their mind is still working, they'll give me a call. I'm on here right now because they game the system. June 2012, I'm on here. Like it's a little bit of different deal. But I want to interview people. I want people, maybe they live with a doctor and they know they have frequency or whatever to live. Because when you call in, mind is still working to this phone number that's on the screen right now. And let me interview you. It will be in the public domain. I'm on here and it will go on. I want to interview people. I want people, maybe they
I listen to a lot of Patriot radio, conservative radio, and a lot of mainstream stuff. And I'm going to cut back on it, but the canceling factor when you all of that toxic oil, man, and what you just have to do was just to be dying. You know, you have to take a few more weeks to live. So start thinking like, my God, that's fascinating. It's fascinating for you actually look at what's going on in the world. So I think you guys should go that route. You have to take all the types of farms to live, oil, and so forth. There's so many being tired of it. Maybe you don't take a few more weeks to live. So start thinking like that. That's
You want to talk about I'm the guy to talk to, as long as it's down to earth stuff. Because I will not kill the recording if it sounds legit and if you're not gaming. Just there are no other shows out that I have seen on talk show. TI, the targeted individual shows. Most of them are not legit. They're under the umbrella of FSCHS, and they're illegit. They're against targets. What I'm saying is you won't get a legitimate opportunity to be interviewed. Just spill the beans. And not only that, but what will happen is perps will call in and disrupt the call. They'll start doing it in the chat room. It's incredible. But what I do when I'm doing, while you're interviewing me, when I push the go button, the first thing I do is shut down the chat room, and so that takes the minds off of the and disrupt the chat room and onto the interview, because this interview is going to live 100 years. What I do when I'm doing, while you're interviewing me, when I push the go button, the first thing I do is shut down the chat room, so that takes the minds off of the and disrupt the chat room and onto the interview, because this interview is going to live 100 years. What I do when I'm doing, while you're interviewing me, when I push the go button, the first thing I do is shut down the chat room, so that takes the minds off of the and disrupt the chat room and onto the interview, because this interview is going to live 100 years. What I do when I'm doing, while you're interviewing me, when I push the go button, the first thing I do is shut down the chat room, so that takes the minds off of the and disrupt the chat room and onto the interview, because this interview is going to live 100 years. What I do when I'm doing, while you're interviewing me, when I push the go button, the first thing I do is shut down the chat room, so that takes the minds off of the and you can never put going to the interview, because this interview is going to live 100 years. What I do when I'm doing, while you're interviewing me, when I push the go button, the first thing I do is one of the things when I first started my shows back in late August of 2010, there was an endless crew of people, and they not only wanted to talk crazy, but they wanted to get me talking about, it seemed to me pretty obvious that they wanted to get me talking about anything that had to do with guns, knives, anything weird like that. They wanted to get me on the record to see if I had tendencies like that. And essentially what I did back then is I signed them on for a while, then I started to mute them. Now they don't ask so much anymore, but the perps want to get
targets to incriminate themselves. And you can bet this: if there's one perp that's harassing you, there is another one that's backing him up, and he's probably filming you. So if you're a target, if you're a TI, a targeted individual, the chances of them having you on film breaking the law is really pretty high. I'm not a lawbreaker anyway, so there is another one that's backing him up, and he's probably filming you. So if you're a target, if you're a TI, a targeted individual, the chances of them having you on film breaking the law is really pretty high. I'm not a lawbreaker anyway, so there is another one that's backing him up, and he's probably filming you. So if you're a target, if you're a TI, targeted individual, the chances of them having you on film breaking the law is really pretty high. I'm not a lawbreaker anyway, so there is
if I was a real bad guy, thoughts like that would be going through my mind as a consequences, whether physical, mentally, or otherwise.
Now, let me just tell you something about those perps. I think a lot of perps are, it's not just, it's cops, it's firefighters, they're essentially paid, it's municipal workers, they're expected to participate to some degree on other professions like locksmiths, even people in churches. You don't know that they belong in those churches. It's not just regarding, I lost my thought. Regarding the I lost my thought, Jeff. Municipal workers, they're expected to participate to some degree on other professions like locksmiths, even people in churches. You don't know that they belong. That's what I was saying. Let me pick up where that is that those perks, you may take the bait once when you're just John Q. Doe and somebody's trying to get you perp your neighbor. They want you to participate in harassment of your neighbor down the hall. But if somebody off themselves, you may take if you participated in that conspiracy where they committed suicide, you are in on it. Now you participated. You got it. Now if you believe in your maker and what have you, then one day you're gonna have some explaining to do. If you don't knock it off right now, if you continue to participate in that sort of thing, essentially you are a killer. What I'm saying, you are in on it. Now you participated. You got absolutely no holds barred that people that participate in the harassment of other people right now. First of all, they may have believed the lies. They should be smart enough to murder, but even if they weren't, if you participated in the murder or the suicide of somebody else, then you got some explaining to do. And by the way, that really shuts up a lot of perps who come into the chat room when I say that.
Because they might not know what they're doing, or
they never thought of it, that they were part of a conspiracy to kill, but that is what this program is about. They want people, for some sick reason, they want targets to off themselves. I guess they have parties. They think that's like real cool stuff. I never thought of it. I can't even imagine my mindset that is that. What this program is about. They want. I've heard. By the way, I'm sorry, Jeff. They want people all over, but they want to interject this on off themselves. I guess they have parties. They think that's like the real stuff. I never thought of it. I can't even imagine my mindset that is that. What this program is about. They want. I've heard. By the way, I'm sorry, Jeff. They want people. They want to interject on off themselves. I guess they get off them. They think that's what they do. Just like you and I, everybody else, you don't know.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, a lot of corporations are used to stuff like that.
I never would have thought so, but
started to maybe make sense to me recently. Now that I think of some of the stuff that they do, it's pretty incredible that a human being would do that. And they just think it's great. It's not just cats and dogs that they kill; it's literally people.
Oh, of course. William Loveland is a good name to look at that aspect of Homer Simpson became the Christ and so forth. And
I just fell out last night.
I can't spell off the top of my head. I'm not going to run and grab it.
That's right. But people find it if they want to Google
I'm just throwing it out there. But the thing is, a lot of these work places, I think they need to look at and place that aspect of Homer culture. So when you find the two things, now before the music is
I just fell out last night.
I can't spell off the top of my head. I'm not going to run and it's just
That's right. People find it if they want to Google it.
What will Kirby be like when the average person has no money coming in? In other words, when there's a collapse in this country and the country goes belly up, which I believe will happen, because you know where China arrives to, and so forth. Will the average person get worse? Or would they get better?
I think possibly. I think though that probably. I can't imagine how much worse can be. But I think they'll make do. I think they're pretty bad. They're extremely well organized. It's incredible. It's above the government. It's above state, county. It's above U.S. level. It is a worldwide protocol. There is no. I've heard the comment said. I'm jumping all over pretty bad. But I've heard the comment said. On like some TV show, some cobble show. I don't have you fellows. Well, there will be no place in this world that you can go to get away from me. You know what? There's quite a bit of truth to that because it's all over. Organized stalking is all over the free world. It's in Canada, U.S., Australia, New Zealand, it's over in Europe,
Western industrialized country,
and supposedly in China and Russia and thereabouts. So evidently there is no place that you can't go. And that is the amazing thing. Australia, New Zealand, they're going to get away from the stalking and harassing, as I did early on. Before I clued into what's going on. And supposedly in China and Russia and thereabouts, it'll go away. You know what? It won't if you can't go. That'd be amazing. The next, where you go, you see a different, they're going to get from the river, different states, as I did early on. And supposedly in China and Russia and thereabouts,
with the economy workers or government workers with more farms or so forth. They're not going to get the
I think it was improved. I don't know because I've primarily been in populated areas, Vancouver, Washington, Portland, Oregon, since I became a knowing target. That's where it gets. But I do believe what you're saying. When you move out and about, when you go out into the outside, there's less people. I've primarily been in populated areas, people, Vancouver, Washington, Portland, Oregon, since I became a knowing target. That's where it's coming up with all the I do believe what you're saying. You move out and about. I don't know. You asked that in the chat. I don't know.
I know, but this is on the record. I'm throwing it out there. It's being recorded.
Yeah, sure. I'm telling you, yeah, I don't see it getting any. Well, I don't know. I was gonna say I don't see it getting any better, but I wouldn't be on here trying to get the word out because I am trying to get the word out to targeted individuals that don't even know they're targeted yet. They don't even know, and when they learn that they're targeted, the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to go out and find some schmuck organization like freedomsdhs.com. They're going to give them their name. That'd be the worst thing you could do is give your name to somebody like that. But where's it going? They don't even know. There's got to be a chink in the armor. There's got to be some way to get the word out about this. There's people out there that are stalking on the street. They're not only stalking real potential criminals, they're stalking people for revenge. You annoyed me. I'm an important person, a politician. I'm the fire department. There's got to be, I'm to get the word out to the cops or what have you. My brother people out there that are stalking on the street. They're not only stalking real potential criminals. They're stalking, for revenge. You annoyed me. I'm an important person, a politician, and they're using the same resources for the lawbreakers for getting the word out. They're harassing what have you. They want people to know they're being harassed. They're not like they don't want the people around real potential. They want to be in business for revenge. Called directed conversation. They'll talk about and they're using things that you know when they're talking about. But the person nobody else around you'll know. And they're executing around.
Term called swatting. SWATING.
I heard about that the other day. Help me out a little bit. What does that mean?
I'm typing it up on my computer. Basically, roughly, it means
nobody else
it means a person of life who they call the police department and say, murdered somebody. And assuming how Hitler,
help me out. They're calling
and you make a wrong move, and flying to the M25 blows you away, and he says,
I have heard that. I have heard that term. That's one thing that they do. They use legitimate resources on you. Totally amazing.
I thought it was swatting started out in 2003.
I have heard that. I have heard that term. That's one thing that they do. They use legitimate resources on you. Totally amazing.
Right here, but this is about gang stalking, but this is private.
I have heard that. I have heard that term. That's one thing that they do. They use legitimate resources.
Bloggers are following so-called swatting systems and are taking precautionary measures to ensure they don't fall victim of potential dangers to the
if there's a way to harass somebody, that's what this program is about. That's what it's all about. The swatting is probably just another new term. Another one.
I'll define it. I found it right here. Call victims of dangerous pranks as the political blogger to be prepared to receive an election. Swatting refers to a hoax in which an anonymous prank is false report of violent crime, and an unsuspecting person called promptly agrees to respond to the location of the dangerous situation.
Okay. Can we get the short version? Okay, let's keep going. I'm sorry, Jeff.
I'll do that. Right here. do you think they, meaning the government, the police, stuff like that, will arrest the ID police state, or just plain
Can we get
kill
the
them?
sheriff?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be a place. I think we're getting there. I don't know.
And then
I don't know.
and then
I haven't got a thought on that.
and then right here, police, like stuff like that, will arrest the ID police state, or just plain
Can we get
kill
the
them?
sheriff?
Yeah.
I
This is happening in history. Hitler's Germany, or Stalin's Russia, or the Nazis becoming the cat and the fish. Because Stalin had no experience in and so forth, and this will go public, I believe, and basically this will be the symbol for every people to pull the
Well,
line.
here's what I think. I think we have an opportunity. It hasn't happened yet. And I think we have an opportunity to get the word out about organized culture. I think if most people knew that they were being shamed, that they were being told lies and exaggerations to perp and harass. Well, here's what I think. I think we have an opportunity. It hasn't happened yet. I think we have an opportunity right now in June of 2012. We have this opportunity to get the word out about this organized perp and well, here's what I think. I think it's not. It hasn't happened yet. There's bad evidence. People should, participate in the perping of this person. He needs street justice.
Yeah.
And that's what they're saying. They're doing it to get that person access. Well, here's what I think. It's illegitimate.
Oh yeah. Just like the state wants the farm to run a highway through public domain, and so forth. And I found another clip thing I put in the chat room, which is it talks about using the concept of perking to refer to public. In other words, it's fully out in the open, and the killing effect, or the kill effect I put in, will be people saying, I cannot get my farm because run a highway through public domain. Plus the people say everything is fine. I found another clip. Good. You must be. It talks about sorry. Using the concept of perking to refer to public domain, it's fully out in the open.
I don't know what if that's gonna happen or not. It's totally illegitimate when it happened, when it started. When my relationship started going downhill in 2005, I started having to move many times in my RV that I was living at the time. Like every 6 or 8 months, something would happen. When I finally, it happened. I can't prove it, and I don't want to get into laundry, the laundry list of things that went wrong with the RV, but lots of things that went wrong with the RV, and I literally had to get rid of it and move back into an apartment. And when those things started to happen, I didn't get it. I never got it until 2010. I finally realized, and then you know what? Then the harassment increased. As soon as you discover that there's this issue called gang stalking or organized stalking or mobbing, when those discover that that's not coincidence and that it's not you, it's a protocol that's being used against you. As soon as you catch on, and then you make like I did on the PortlandMercury.com when I found that on the gang stalking, when I found that organized my harassment increased amazing that it's not you to a highest that's being used against you to the highest harassment ever that was such a thing. And I'm changing the subject here. What else you got there, Jeff?
I got plenty because I want people out there to think.
Amazing.
Another thing I put out there is what's causing a person from your experience. I mean, FBI, Homeland Security, big corporations, because I want people out there to think.
but I want to interview. I'm sorry, that's not the answer you were looking for. The answer is I don't know. I don't know who is involved in doing that. One thing I want to tell them though is I want to interview you, and I'm the only guy that I know. I don't know anybody else that wants to get this word out like I do. You can find me. You know my voice and my attitude and what have you. What I'm telling you is that everybody, all these other TI shows on TalkShoe are shills. They're dirty. They don't want to get the word out. But if you want to get the word out, I'm the guy to call. If I knew of somebody else, one day, Jeff, I hope to have that. I hope to have that. Actually, my interview number 1016 on TalkShoe show number 87161 is of guest 7, and she was. They don't want to get the word out, but if you she did participate in the. If I knew of somebody else, said for the long. One day, Jeff, I hope to have that. She participated, and I want 100 likes. But if anybody's out there listening to me right now, show number 87161 is of guest 7, and she was. They don't want to get her, but she did participate in the. She said for the long. One day, she participated, and I want 100 likes. My interview number 1016 to me right now, show number 87161 is of guest 7, and she was. They don't want to get her, but she did participate in the. And then number 87161 is of guest 7, and she was. She did participate in the. Derail. I'm telling you, it happens all the time. There's a good topic, and then some of these TI shows, something that you good word out too well, is somebody calls up to derail. Happens nearly every time. Go ahead, Jeff. Cowboy days, you know. But essentially, it may have started out to be a good idea. The guy really had it coming, you know. But what I'm saying is they've subverted what it was set up for. They use and abuse, and they want your assets. You know, everything that you just said are reasons why people. And the one thing that you did leave out, though, is it's generational too. These guys are so sick; they want to wipe out your bloodline. You don't have to believe me. I'm telling you. If you're listening, if you don't want to believe me, then don't. I'm telling you.
I believe you because that makes that to me makes sense. I mean, the reason why I'm throwing out the big anti-party because when I was a kid, I used to
they
read
want to wipe
comic
out
books
your
like the
life.
Punisher.
Yeah, you don't have to believe me. I'm telling you. If it's out there, listen, if you don't
The
believe me,
Punisher
you
was
don't.
after
I'm telling you.
I know because
Everything
you know
you
that
just
makes
said.
that's the
Reason
reason
why
because
Yeah,
the bad
maybe
guys
you just leave out
listen
the
and they know the bad guys
Oh, I'm not that serious. I never thought of that.
I
That
used
was
to
a
read
long
comic
time
books
ago.
like the Punisher.
But you don't have to believe me. I'm telling you. If it's out there, listen, if you don't believe me, you don't. I'm telling you. Everything you just said.
That's the reason.
What I'm telling you is, people out there that are listening to this, there is a protocol in the world called organized telemetry. I'm telling you, people get put on a list. Some people may deserve it because they were in prison or because they made threats about national security or what have you. But some people are put on the list out of revenge, and they don't get a trial. They just get put on a list, and they're screwed with by the same resources. And if you participated, if you're one of the neighbors down the hallway that participates against, if you're the one whose phone rings and says, okay, walk out, same entry and exit is what it's called, walk out, just to harass the person. To the point where the last place I lived, like literally every time, I don't care what time of day or night it was, every time I walked out and came in, there'd be somebody out there that primarily came out of about 4 units. By the way. And when you participate in that, that's not to say that it's legitimate. Now, you may hear a story, they may show you a picture. Every time I walk out, look at here, and he's a pedophile. They love to call everybody a pedophile. So I hear. I don't know what they're saying. They don't want you to know. And not only participate in that, you are a neighbor down the hallway, or if you are in the block watch, they may show you a picture. The first thing they're going to tell you is, now don't talk to him. Don't compare notes, because if he hears that you call him a pedophile, he can justify it. Say, that's not true. I'm not. Not only that,
But no, because I like if I do an individualized interview, I love
they may
getting
show you
into
a
history.
picture.
Back in medieval
First thing they're going to tell
England,
you is, now
there
don't
was
talk
a
to him.
group of people, and it's called the Star
If
Chamber.
he hears that
And basically, it was experts in spiritual justice. You know, that's roughly because I like to show growing up with poor people. I love but basically, back in medieval England, there was a group of people, so that's pretty good. And basically, a modern version of the Star Chamber, but basically, I like to show growing up with poor people. I love but basically,
What we have today is pedophiles being harassed. And that all sounds good. That all sounds fine and dandy, but in this case, they don't even tell the person being harassed. They don't even tell them that they were that they had their trial. They weren't invited. You don't know that it was a fair trial. How are you going to have a fair trial when all they want is your assets, or because they want to get even? Because you did the American thing. You spoke out about an injustice, but that got you listened. That got you harassed for the rest of your life and possibly your family too.
oh yeah,
That's pretty rotten. And they didn't give you a trial for that.
well, this is where the kicker is. When you read some of this, there's what's called the kicker, which wraps it all up. I'm saying what by essence is the kicker. Court sessions were held in secret with no indictment, no right to appeal, no juries, no witnesses. Evidence was presented over time to evolve into a political weapon, a symbol of misuse and abuse of power by the British monarchy granted to us.
And what term is that on Wikipedia? What was that under, please?
Yeah, Wikipedia.
Under what term do they define monthly? Star Chamber, okay. No, I have not heard that. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
And what term is that on Wikipedia? What was that under, please? Under what term do they define monthly? Star Chamber, okay. No, I have not heard that. Yeah, thank you. And what term is that on Wikipedia? Under what term do they define monthly? Star Chamber, okay. No, I have not heard that. And what term is that on Wikipedia? Under what term do they define monthly? Star Chamber, okay. No, I have not heard that. And nobody knows why, but
I mean, there are weapons that can cause, and I'm not talking the crazy talk, I'm talking poison that can cause a person to have a heart attack. I mean, these are old spy weapons used back in the 1950s.
So what else you got? Question wise, what else do you want to hammer with?
I'm sorry.
Preferably out of the blue.
Okay. Basically, I'm gonna back it up with this because I don't old spy weapons. For a while, I was back about this.
So what else you got? Question wise, what else do you want to hammer with?
I'm sorry.
Preferably out of the blue. So what else you got? Question wise, what else do you want to hammer with?
You can screw a person with a picture in their audience, so you can do this on the internet. I look up micro cameras and microphones for sitting the radio. You can find it anywhere. Stuff. So we do look for
and I am looking for the silver bullet, so to speak, from a metaphoric standpoint. I'm looking for the answer to that. I don't know, honest to God, Jeff, man, I don't have a clue what it might be, but it doesn't stop me. I do focus on a lot of things that are bad, but I am really looking for the answer to that. I don't know what it is, but if you know what it is, come to my show and tell me, please.
I forgot something, and I think I covered everything.
Basically, what things are bad, but I am really looking for the answer to that. I don't know what it is, but if you know what it is,
nothing more to protect. I mean, because look, the Stasi, I'm gonna give you history. You can find this on YouTube. The German Stasi in East Germany, which was based upon the second of the Soviet Union, was sick of it, and they had people protest saying, nothing more to protect the files. I mean, look, the Stasi, I'm gonna give you history. You can find this on YouTube. The German Stasi in East Germany, which was based upon the second of the Ministry for State Security, and that's what it stood for. And one of the more prominent people who was the head of it was Taylor and basically they ruined a lot of people's lives when people went in there and they started towards the end they started files and that's what it stood for. And to find out one of the more prominent people who was the head of it was Taylor and stuff like that. And basically
So you got any other good questions you want to hammer at me there, You know, the one thing about, what I'm hearing is that it's not just people that dress nice. I mean, I'm talking about it's ex-convicts. I mean, it's homeless people. There's a lot of people that are involved in harassment and perping. So it's not just your the one thing about t-shirt wearing guy walking down the street. It's a lot of people, a lot of groups. Nearly many groups. I mean, it's homeless people. There's a lot of people that are involved in harassment and perping. So it's not just your one thing about t-shirt wearing guy walking down the street. It's a lot of people, a lot of groups. Nearly many groups. I mean, it's homeless people. There's a lot of people that are involved in harassment and perping. That's akin to that is, Martin Luther King, one of the greatest Americans that ever lived. People were perping him back in the 60s. Many groups. And supposedly they phased it out. A lot of people they didn't phase it out. They renamed it. They're still doing it. Getting bigger. More sophisticated. By a lot of his people that would have claimed to be patriots, by a lot of people who were of his own race, mobbed him and harassed him. Essentially, that's what's happening to targeted individuals today. He's a great man, and yes, look what happened. By a lot of his people that would have claimed to be patriots, by a lot of people who were of his own race, mobbed him and harassed him. Essentially, that's what's happening to targeted individuals today. He's a great man, and yes, look what happened. If you don't, they mob you. And the people that are in the mob, the people that are participating, do not know why they're there. They don't. They may hear the story for some justification, but like I said, I'll say one more time. Once you are involved in perping somebody, and that person kills themselves or dies sufficiently, you can fairly well assume that you were in on that, and you participated in a conspiracy to kill, which makes you a killer. If you are a gang stalker, or you're a mobber, you're a killer. Like I think about it.
Oh yeah.
Once you are involved in perping somebody, and that person
I'm not going to die commit suicide. I'm not for suicide.
Me neither. I'm not ever in on
Just
that.
to say that on the record, Rick Wiles is claimed to kill homicide, which means it's murder that looks like a suicide, and you use the term kill. Think about this one. I continue to
Me neither.
wrapped up.
I'm not
It's
ever in.
roughly an hour, a little over an hour. So do with it as you wish. I hope I.
This is interview number 3005, by the way, on TalkShoe.com. Show number. I can't remember my show number. You can me now. 120297. TalkShoe.com. Show number 120297. Interview number 3005. Jeff, thanks for coming on. The best kind of interview in my mind is one with no script. I did get like half the questions you typed in the chat room. The rest of them I got blindsided on, and that's the best kind.
It wasn't scripted. I just played it. I played it by ear. I have a basic outline in my mind, and I just go with it. Anyway, I'll let you go. Have a good night.
Okay, and that is the end of this interview. Thank you for coming. I got blindsided on, and that's the best kind.
It wasn't scripted. I just played it. I played it by ear.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA.
Anyway, I'll let you go. Have a good night.
Okay, and that is the end of this interview. Thank you for coming. And I say, well, you can consider to be in the public domain all the content that I'm going to read, and she did make the comment that, hello, my name is Chuck, they get the information there, and I'll get read that. So I consider that what she said is in the public domain, but please feel free to copy any part of this MP3 recording file you need permit no notification or activation is necessary. Find one of these public domain audio go to the top right corner of any talk.com screen and search for Vancouver for show number 120297 or select the top left purple button to see if there's a show presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is 12:30 p.m. on Saturday, June 23, 2012. The page that I'm going to be reading is on http://sites.google.com/site/targeted terrorized. Once again, I'll repeat that. http://sites.google.com/site/targeted terrorized. Page entitled "Are you the victim or potential participant in domestic terrorism by state and corporate sponsored tactics?" Subnote has this site is not complete, still being updated daily, but getting the information out there says that it's more important than waiting for practice. There are three title columns on this that I'll be reading. The first column is this happening to you? The second column is, are you a member of any of the following? And the third column is, are you being pressured? So I'm going to read the first column. Is this happening to you? Were neighbors, friends, or law enforcement, strangers, and or retail personnel you receive unexpected abrupt rudeness and or superficial distrust of you? Next, under is this happening to you as sudden loss of relationships with known people, deceitful approaching, people go fishing for personal information for no reason, noticeable petty vandalism, sabotage, damage, destruction, or theft of property, repeatedly misplaced or moved items from the privacy of your own home that reappear later out of nowhere. Numerable repairs, accidents, obstructions, and delays. A sudden influx of noise, traffic, and people in your home or work area. Where it did not happen before. The public flash mobbing. Google that term, flash mobbing, or crowding with malicious, harassment, numerable repairs in the workplace, mobbing, harassment, delays, and compromise workspace. Vehicle floating spot and mobbing, where you're surrounded by the vehicle. Box you in, where it did not happen before. Pull up as you approach. In my case, I might add, after it happened about the fourth time, in front of me, slammed on the brakes, causing an accident, tapped into.
continuing to read on, are these, you begin to realize once or twice it's a possible coincidence that repeated acts of stalking, harassment, sabotage, vandalism of property becomes a professional tactic deployed on purpose. If so, you may be the unwitting victim of a target or an innocent target by state or corporate, educational, citizen-sponsored, organized terrorist stalking. So he goes on to write, have you noticed constant disturbance or trouble with telecommunication, including the landline or cell phone, increased stopping, timeout, loss, signal or reception due to unexplained electronic interference, disable satellite mode in the wireless router, abrupt and continued malfunction or complete electronic failure, constant household appliances include an ongoing need to repair or replace electronic appliances over a period of time again and again, unexplained amplified as well as a repetitive extremely high acoustical frequency noise. If so, you may be the victim of warrantless and due process criminal electronic warfare against elements certified to be a member or employee of any military. I'm going to stop there. Religious groups, watches, private security companies, tourism industry, financial groups, utility companies, public rights organizations, educational institutions, technology, transportation, and community groups, and many more. He goes on to say, you may be asked to participate without due process, warrant, or court order, legal documentation that violates a targeted individual's fundamental basic rights and liberties guaranteed to all equally. If so, you may be the victim of a professional recruitment and manipulation of false flag operations and that type of based on tainted fruit or poisonous tree and psychological operations abbreviated SAHA, called PFYOTS, and because they just missed the fine for the organization the members within. There's a couple of hyperlinks on this page that I gave the URL of earlier. One is to become ACLU and one is to Dr. Martin Luther King the third column, are you being pressured to slander, disrespect, deceive, laugh at, mock, or provoke a target? Continuing it there, you're being pressured to invade the privacy or space of the target, stalking, crowding, mobbing, following, giving the target locale away, a scene in a public setting, to participate in whispering, noise, pointing, harassment, or setup campaigns. Are you being pressured to use keywords without knowing what they mean or what it represents to the target, but wear the same colored clothing to drive by or near the target house, to walk up and stand by the target in public setting to make some demeaning comments about the target or others noticing the target's state of mind? Are you being pressured to provide unpleasant, friendly, driving, evasive, fraudulent information or service, or lie about the target or otherwise make up stories in public setting to make some demeaning comments on the target or others addressing the target's vehicle ID, phone number, email, photo, and target were you drive by driving case where you were in the area or idle vehicle play music and along were you asked to show up by foot walking your dog, pushing a cell with cars other have you been called or you or text message for a laptop or you can't Google that term yeah, in a public area where the target is. Were you given access to social network or website that depicted the target in such a negative light if compelled you to join forces? Were you asked to text message the target's private account? Were you asked to set access to the target's private account or a target is alter data? Are you told to impersonate a target or a legitimate representative of a company, agency, or office, knowing you would be committing fraud? Were you bribed, threatened, or in some form? the liberties of a fellow citizen, or where you told it was just a harmless game. Do you know all the legal reasons? For instance, do you truly know the reasons you were asked to participate? Do you have copies of any of the documents that were presented to you? And did you take them to an unbiased outside source to validate, verify, and vet the legitimacy and the legality of the documents before you participated? Were you asked to sign non-disclosure confidentiality reasons? Were you told all of this you have secrets? And if so, you may be taken personally by state, corporate, or state citizen-sponsored organization or participated. Were you asked to sign Hello, my name is Chuck. My nickname is Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to talk to call number 10297. Call is recorded, and anything said on this call will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to public any part of this MP3 recording file. You do not need any permission, no notification, or attribution is necessary to record these public domain audios. Go to the top right of any Talkie.com screen and search for Van or 10297 or click the purple on the top right live now button. See if the show is underway. The time out here on the west coast of the U.S. is 10:30 p.m. on Tuesday, January 22nd, 2012. And I might also add that in the chat there are some comments from this person who is going to go by the name of Pat. And those are in the public domain too. And Pat, why don't you take the lead? What do you want to say?
Well, thanks for having me today. I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me this evening. And, I just kind of picked back right up where we left off before we started recording the call. I was just saying that this is the topic that's going to me. I on the policy link to find out kind of what it's like with individuals and you can educate and let me know and what's going on. And I'm just trying to highlight it and where we left off and start recording the why one might feel, saying to individuals what is on that's done as a targeted individual and why one might actually be targeted but not right back to that.
I mean, the reason why I think I said earlier, now we're getting into the recording here. I came up with this one time with like 8 different incidents where I was outspoken, where I might have annoyed the wrong person, and I would have been put on what could have brought this harassment on. And I did come up with a number of people that I think could possibly also be friends of the family. I think it could be in a restaurant, my family, her cousin, and I would have put on what could have generated this harassment on. And I can't remember the number of people that I think could possibly translate friends of the family. You don't know. It could be in a restaurant. You're not going to know the right letter that says you're acting on your you're going to be harassed. It doesn't work that way. You just one day, the random guy comes down on you and you say the wrath of God. You don't know.
Is there are there levels to the degree of harassment that a targeted individual might experience? And is there any direct correlation with, the degree that the person who's doing the targeting may have been wronged by that individual? You know what I mean?
First of all, you're assuming that one person, and I'm talking about the protocol. It's a total protocol that follows forever across state. Wasn't just I've never been incarcerated, and I never will be. I never will do anything wrong. But supposedly we talked earlier that people that get out of jail, they're told you're going to have an eye cavity. and you want to be an item, they will offer that to them. But people that are TIs, they're targeted individuals, they don't get that for themselves. They're just it happens to them one day. And for me, that day was April of 2006 when it started, and it was like the wrath of God. It was just amazing every time. Go ahead.
What happened?
Oh, it was every time I went to the store. It was trying to take a car. You know, and I'm talking about every time I went to the store. I'm talking about like 8, 10, 12 times. I don't know, a number of times in a row. People would swipe the parking spot in front of you. So it wasn't just one isolated incident. It was just walking out in front of a pole. And for just as you were ready to walk in the store, somebody would walk out in front of a pole. As you're walking down the aisle, they study you every time.
Was it one particular day, or was it within a month?
I don't know, a number of times in a row. People would swipe the parking spot in front of you. So it wasn't just one isolated in the store, but I want to get into the store because I want to get this on the recording. When I'm walking down the aisle, somebody walks out in front of a pole. As you're walking down the aisle, they study you every time.
Was it one particular day, or was it within a month?
You go to my store, you get this one product, somebody right there, somebody pushes their cart right in front of you, and then when you get to the end of the aisle, the pole is walking down the aisle, they go down the next aisle, they know where you're going to go, what route you're going to take, they're there, they interview, and it's totally amazing. When I go to the self-checkout, like the checkout, it was like every time I couldn't get the cash, and I couldn't find it in the cash, or my cash was in the cash, what have you. And it was like every time I was talking about it was at the video store, and it was like literally walking down the street, and that was just, and this went on for like 4 years, from 2006 until 2010, until I discovered the term. It was at the video store. Google that term. Go ahead. It was like literally walking down the street, and that was just, and this went on for like 4 years, from 2006 until 2010, until they know what store you're going to go to. They're waiting for you there. Go ahead.
Yeah, but, you know, Google, like, literally walking down the street, and that was just, you might want to change the word at some point, and I'm not trying to be
they ruined the RV that I was living in. They ruined the car there. And so I moved into an apartment, and then the harassment policy there, you're going to get away from it by relocating. If you are a targeted individual, it will follow you. The harassment, they follow you.
Did you start over the period of the 4 years recognizing the individuals that were, you know, harassing you? I mean, was it?
No, I didn't. That's the harassment policy. Coming up with all of these different people, how do they do that? You know, you don't,
the 4 years recognizing the individuals that were, you know, harassing you? I mean, was it?
No, I am really glad about that. They might have been their fault. Google that term gang organized
That's just the way people are. I mean, I hate hearing the same type of things that you talk about going to grocery stores or any busy store. And in fact, it's one of the primary reasons I try to avoid.
I'm not talking about a grocery store. I'm talking about walking down the street. I'm talking about walking into any kind of store. I'm just talking about, it's not just a grocery store. It's like literally everything. It's like in the hallway where where I live.
It's just
The last
answers
one.
for, and in fact, one of the primary reasons.
Not every day. Sometimes talking about walking down the street a day, walking in might be a couple of and not very often though. You might get a couple of talking about it's not just God, this is great. It's like literally everything it is like it comes back.
You find that things
So
and in fact, days when you're not feeling
not every day. Walking down the street one day, walking in might be a couple of and not very often though. You might get a couple of talking about it's not just God, this is great. It's like literally everything it is like it comes back. Hello, my name is Chuck. Now this is part 2 of 2 from Tap Q's call that got terminated. I don't know why a few minutes ago. I'm responding on this call to his text questions before the last one. Anyway, my name is Chuck. Nickname is Van. Call number 120-297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish all any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No public domain recording. Go to the top right corner of any talkshoe.com screen and search for everyone is entitled or show number 120-297. Republic top left purple button. Any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need recording number And are you saying that prisoners are released for having stabbed by authorities? And I said that would be my understanding. Yes, they are kept tabs on that out of the joint. That would make sense. He said, did you annoy somebody, and is their goal, in my case, is it their goal in life to destroy you? And they said, yes, I think so. I think we had come up with a list at one point of like 80. We could have brought this rap on, and I came up with a list of 8 people that I may have annoyed. I sorted them the most likely on the top, the least likely on the bottom. But when I look back on it, I do think it does potentially precede even my body, because it's present, I think, because the family also may have sorted them. People simply don't want to say that. Like a lot of some people are worried about the prospect of them being killed. And I said, at one point, I do have to say I did worry about that. But really, kind of about the middle of my tenure of being harassed, I did talk to somebody who said, have you ever worried about being killed? And I said, I got to think about it. I said, no, I guess not. I've never thought about it. You always just assume that is because people are making angry faces because they're acting in a threatening manner, that's an worry. But I've never had experienced any outward risk of that. Although lately, since I've gone live on these talking calls, I probably get about one threat a week. Because of that. He said, so our targeted individuals ensure their lives. I said, I think it would be threatening to carry out. That does tend to be that they're trying to get the word out about it. They're taking review of that again. He has seen with their reputation destroyed that in their business. They lose everything. Targeted individuals are very annoyed. I think it would be how were you harassed? That does tend to be how it's harassing.
many times used every time I went to this particular store in Exit 12, Fred Meyer store in Oregon on Exit 12 on Interstate 205. Like every time I went, perhaps a dozen. I don't know how many times. I really don't. I count. It was just when I went to take the parking spot, somebody would swipe it away at just the last second, and even swipe away the next parking spot at the last second. They knew it had the flat on it when I went to walk to the door. Somebody would always walk out to the filler at just the last second. And I would say, okay, and they would never acknowledge me. I would say, it's me, because I'm a fairly polite guy. And they would always ignore you. They would never respond in time. Weird. Maybe it's a full moon estimate or something. When I was walking down the aisle, they would never acknowledge me. I would say, when I was ready to grab me, because I'm a fairly polite guy. I was ready to grab me. They would always push you to ignore you. They would never respond in time to take the product. And once again, just one time down the aisle, like every time, never acknowledge me. I would say, when I was ready to grab me, being harassed. They would always push you on your head, and I never thought that. It would happen when I got to the end of the aisle. Somebody would walk out in front of me. Once again, I went down there like just to grab one time down the aisle, like every time. Never acknowledge me. Always cut off my same thing. If I wanted cats out of the machine, I could never get the cats out of the machine, and I could find the cashier to get that from. He said, well, maybe some people are just being rude. You know, he typed in the chat room. Once again, I am responding to the chat room comments on this call, and I said, you know, I mean, I've never had that happen before. You know, I'm the same guy I always was. He says he sees a lot of things that I'm talking about, and he just talks it up to a crazy world. And I said, well, I would too, but it's like every time. So there was clearly something going on that I had never heard. I'd never had that like that happen. You know, I'm the same guy I always was. He said other than inconveniences, how is it affecting your life? I said, potentially, I would too, but it's like every customers. Potentially, there was clearly something going on that I had never heard. I'd never had that like that happen. You know, I'm the same guy I always was. Somebody said like for no reason, like 3 or 4 times, maybe more, I don't know, going south on I-5 before I got to Exit 12 in Oregon. I knew a fire. I never had that. Somebody just slammed on the brakes in front of me, and the guy behind me tapped into her. And she nailed that for, I don't know, hardly any damage to her vehicle, but she got like, I don't know, $1,500 out of it, and another $1,500 for whiplash for visiting a doctor. You know, God, that's weird. I said to the insurance adjuster, eventually I did have to get rid of that truck. I had to get rid of the RV that I was living in. Hardly any damage. He says, you know, a lot of people are having trouble finding employment in the economy, in this economy. Like sometimes it's son of a gun. And I said, well, I never had any problems before. I don't have any more to say about that. I hadn't had it happen before. Learned in life, a lot of people are having focus on the negative thing. Just keep your head above ground. You know, I could do that if I wanted to. But my objective here is to get the word out about organized stalking. That is what I want to do. You know, I've read. I forget the name of the book, but you know, and basically what I wanted to do is to get the word out about organized stalking, about gang stalking. And if you Google those terms, organized stalking and gang stalking, that is more important to me than worrying about myself. You know, he said you should count your blessings, well, I believe, or you responded to that. He said if it's real, it's not killing you, it'll make you stronger. Don't let it cripple you or be paranoid. I said, well, once again, I want to get the word out. That's my objective in having this show. He said he's not a religious. He said if you are not a religious man, ask God for guidance and maybe he'll listen. Once again, it's not about me. At this point, I want to get the word out. Don't let it cripple you or be paranoid. I said, well, once again, I want to get the word out. I was not aware of. And said he's not a 2006 it began, and I didn't find out religious man until May of 2010. And once I found out about this issue, I want to give him a Portland Mercury blog. Once again, I want to get the word out. I found essentially a 2 or 3 paragraph right up a person named Gang Salter. It's a person from up in the French district in Canada, and he wrote this right up, and I have since seen those very words published on many blogs across the internet, and I realized that named Gang Salter to a T was being organized. Again, I Googled him up in the French district in Canada, and really found right up to since maybe raised my eyebrows when you read about organized gangs on the blog, and I realized on the Google link, so much of it was crazy talk that none of this stuff ever happened to me. Anything that ever happened to me was completely earthly, and that could be completely explained. When you read about so much of the plot that even sex never originally wanted to have. There was an infrastructure in place that stopped people organized stalking from getting out. You read about flooding talkshoe.com, where I am right now recording this, and I found that almost the day it was took off with me, and then at talkshoe.com I found there's all these other shows, many of which were centered around freedomschs.com, and most of them were crazy talk, driving TI individuals and gangs walking away, and they were talking about these other wacky stuff that are unearthly, that are not what I would call earthly, and I'm not going to get into what those are because they're just crazy talk. So once again, the organization FCHS.com, and most of them were crazy talk, driving TI individuals and gangs talking about these other wacky stuff that are unearthly, that are not what I would call earthly, and I'm not going to get into don't get into the game. The organization Freedom FCHS, and most of them were crazy. Never been in jail. I'm never going to go. But what I'm saying is what happened is those resources that are harassing, stalking, robbing people out on the street are also linked to being diverted to fairly cross persons who annoyed the fire department, police department, zoos, and municipalities, whatever, and they can't remain
said he watched the video the other day where Alex Jones talked to Jimmy Rose into the ceremony called the cremation of Sarah. So I wrote that down, and I will have a look at that cremation of Sarah. Jimmy Rose, Alex Jones was a mock human sacrifice. And I said my understanding is that Alex Jones pretty bad church. They don't just sacrifice. They had everything he says, everything you're saying to me, sacrifice. That's ordinary plan is required that extraordinary proof. And I comment here. I'm not going to come up about this. But I have not stopped trying to way effective job to get this word out. If they speak out on it, children, or anything dear to their job, can be compromised. The bad guys can go after. Come to think of it, and I don't have a number of those people, so I feel like it's an obligation to try to this issue. He said, so much as to get the word out about organized stalking, because I was completely unaware of this issue until 2004, April, when the dogs were unleashed on me, and I walked around for 4 years being harassed, and I had no idea that this protocol was real. And so now I'm mad. Now all I really want to do is get the word out about this issue. And so again, it's not about April. He said maybe keep a camera with you, keep it running at all times. I said, I did that for a short while. I had my camera running. And because I have on film the incidences of harassment, but it's still not true. And besides, because you go around taking pictures of everybody, you look like the one who is doing the harassment, rather than the other person. So while it might be true that it would make sense to have a camera with you at all times, it doesn't look particularly stable. At that point, I realized that we had a live wire on the line. I talked to him and I said, can I have your permission to use your comments in a recording? And so please say so. And he said, yes, I can. I said, this would be a public domain recording. There would be no compensation and the recording would be forever. And he said, okay. At that point, I realized that we had a live wire on the line. I talked to him and I said, can I have your dude, use your comments in a recording? And so please say so. At that point, he called in, and that is on recording number 2007. Again, this is recording number 2008, and I'm going to call this recording to an end. Everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all this referring to not already
addressing why I would do a assessment on a white separatist. And the answer is because Martin Lindstedt of Missouri, self-proclaimed white separatist dissident party, he targeted individuals in Kiev. The show is all about. As you listen to the program, please ask yourself if you think PIs exist, and if so, does the government have an obligation to surveil them everywhere they go? And if there is an infrastructure in place to follow him, only 4x7x365 worldwide, a surveillance infrastructure that exists right where you live, in your workplace, in the streets, shows you everywhere. And where the psychiatrist failed to isolate him for 3 years. But also, please ask yourself if these very same surveillance and harassment resources are abused to get even continuously, but to gain control of their assets, to compromise their children, to wipe out their bloodline, to use them for medical experimentation. So anyway, let me begin. Siegfried, this picture entered my room, number 1202970talk.com yesterday afternoon. Are you an M-Buster? He said, no, I'm not a Buster. I'm a DSCI Christian. He stands for dual seed line Christian identity. He had to explain that to me, by the way. He says that Pastor Lindstedt is his host, and he is free speech. You can say whatever you want on his show. He doesn't mind, except that there's no flooding. And I replied, by the way, I do the same thing on my show. I appreciate dissent, but not flooding more than 2 or 3 lines in a row. Siegfried says Martin's call is on this show, Sunday, July 1, 2012 at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And he is the Dick Dick. The talking show is number 111132. By the way, you have to remember that number because it's an unlisted show. You won't find it any other way. One way to go to that show is to use the existing URL and replace the show number in the URL line with 111132. Siegfried said Martin's previous show was kicked out of country because of his feuds with DSCI listed shows. Once again, DSC files equals dual seedline Christian identity. Talk to has no problem in the U.S. Racism until 32 times DSCI. Above all, Wiggers, by the way, that stands for 2 words combined, white plus the N-word, and the N-word does not come from my left. Talk to the leader of his previous show after legal issues. Show number 111132 is the his old show while he was still doing that episode. 1 minute, Wiggers said, he was on the next minute of the show was all gone. And I replied, I've seen that now come from my left. But now multiple targeted individual shows at the start of January 2011, right in the middle of the show. It would no longer appear on the live now page. Thus, it was not getting the traffic to that show or any previous call. By the way, this did not happen because 4 or 5 thinking freedomshs.com still shows. In other words, freedomshs.com, the crazy talk, the still shows remain and the purge and survive the purge of the TI shows. Of anything that they disapproved of. At which point they couldn't control FSCHS, in other words, is looked at as controlled opposition. They exist to deflect the interest away from targeted individuals, a topic which they fled and survived laughable, crazy sounding talk, and people laughing and walking away about the CIA approved of. But anyway, for some reason, at which point they talkshoe.com reactivated all of the targeted individual shows a month later in early February of 2011. Now, I do want to take what's they here to say that I don't blame them. Because they would have only been confined to the one higher up to the approved of. But Siegfried continues. Martin is a targeted individual. By the end, but in the end, they let Martin out with no charges. In the short article, now I want to say that web address is too long, so I'm not going to read it. Insert the Anti-Defamation League's website at www.adl.org and search for Martin Lindstedt, spelled L-A-N-D-S-T. We do that, L-A-N-D-S-T. There's a one-page write-up along with this picture. Siegfried goes on to say, you can find on his web, also find information on his website called whitenationalist.org. He has spent 3 years in the nut house pressing all those up and all. Siegfried continues, but Martin is strong and knows no fear. His grandchildren are still gone, though, and he speaks a bit uncertain because he knocked out his forefront teeth. He then Siegfried goes on to say, Martin told a local prosecuting attorney that he prayed every day that God and Mother years in the nut house would finalize those that continues. The judge, Martin is strong enough fear instead of jail, they charge him with gone, though, in the nut house because he knocked out without charge. He goes on to say, above all, you can problems on the Wiggers, my toes are black. Spelled W-H-I-T-E-R or W-I-T-E-R, stands for white, plus that N word that I don't say. Now, I'm going to interject here instead of jail. You might ask yourself, since I am not a racist, why would I be giving airtime to this subject? And my answer to that is because Siegfried came into my chat room, number 1202976talkie.com, and stated that Pastor Lynn said that the targeted individual, TI, and that issue, the issue of TI, is what this show is all about. But in any event, if anybody has surveillance coming, it would be Pastor Lynn said because of the threatening statement he made. Siegfried came into my chat room. However, many TIs are being harassed because they spoke out about a politician, the police, the city official, or the wrong important person. And the TI's family is being slowly eradicated. Sometimes generations later, people are harassed because crooks in power want their assets on the cheap for pennies on the dollar. In these cases, the harassment resources are being misused in these illicit and reasons that I've stated above. Siegfried asked me, did I be in jail? Time in jail in the nut house, and I answered no, never. I do not plan to do anything to ever merit those issues in the future either. However, I have often heard and I've come to learn firsthand that the perps being used regularly for both targeted individuals, during which time the TI is filmed to gain evidence or any to film any possible lashback, and the film evidence would be used to incarcerate that person in jail or a mental institution. So obviously I don't recommend that. Siegfried asks the rhetorical question, so if Pastor Lindstedt isn't a TI, then who is? He goes on to say, call Mark to film when he's on. You might let you on and talk to him. My reply is that would let him be used in his show yesterday afternoon, Sunday, July 1, 2012. I can assure you that I will not be calling his show. But he does sound like a TI made. If anybody would merit representation, it would be him. You, the listener to the show, might have that you're on is targeting a reality on every workplace in the world, under every bridge, dam, important building. And I am here to tell you, yes, and it is you. In fact, since Mark over Go Live page began in April 2006, I had numerous specifically different groups harass me, and this is just in the limited area that I travel. And these groups differed depending on the location I was at. So I can only imagine that harassers would differ for different targeted individuals, such as different races, religion, profession, economic situation, etc. But these were just in the limited geographical area that I traveled to. So this harassment and surveillance in the location I was at is absolutely massive. And you, the general public, can't see it because the surveillance is subtle. It's meant only for the target to see it, but invisible for anyone else that may be nearby. But once again, please ask yourself, are the harassment resources being dishonorably abused on innocent targets for illicit? And that's the rub. And the system is corrupt. It may have started out pure, but it's corrupt now, based on conversations I've had for nearly 2 years in these chat rooms. So if somebody once again says this sounds wacko, resources being dishonorably I say, number one, they may be perfect, they may be on it. Number two, it does in fact off the wall. Or number three, they may have been turned conversation TI into nearly 2 years in the chat room. And sadly, somebody, but Siegfried goes on to say, referring to Martin, he writes a lot being most values forum, white nationalist, very purposely media. Go to that URL, click on forum. I asked Siegfried about a guy named News Guy on TalkShoe show number 99598. Siegfried replied, News Guy is Jewish and a conservative, and Martin is DSCI, so they are not friends. But Martin calls into News Guy's show almost every night, like News Guy's show yesterday, or 2 days ago, on Saturday, June 30, 2012 at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Once again, News Guy's show is 99598. Siegfried asked me for the second time, you are a TI, why haven't you been to jail? Do you work? I work on the web, I responded. And as I indicated earlier, I have not been to jail nor the funny farm, although the perps have continually tried to provoke me into doing something rash to set me there had I lashed back to get even. If you are a TI and you are listening to this, do not do anything to get even. Remember, where there's one perp, there are more, and one of them is filming you. You can book that. Siegfried changes the subject. Blending in is like the movie They Live. You can watch it for free. And I said, somebody told me about that one time in my chat room, and I watched a trailer that I got from YouTube.com. When the guy had sunglasses on, he saw one thing. With the sunglasses off, he saw something different. To view the video, search YouTube.com for like the movie They Live. You can watch it for free. I said, somebody told me about that one time in my chat room, and I watched a trailer that I got from. It's a good movie. It's a 90-minute movie. When the guy had sunglasses URL, he saw it. Read it because it's so long. You can saw something different. I'll paste it in the video. Search YouTube.com for the movie They Live. You can watch it for free. I said, somebody told me about that one time in my chat room, and I watched a trailer that I got from. They Live. You find the 90-minute movie or that 2-3 minute trailer that I told you about. I am on video search YouTube.com. They Live. You can watch it for free. I said, somebody told me about that one time in my chat room, and I watched the government on text and he became targeted. Siegfried changes the subject. Most are white supremacists. Most white supremacists in your TI, since they know no fear, they really don't live. Fear is a fundamental of obedience. Fear is your mind. Fear freezes the mind. Fear stops you from evolving. It makes a prisoner out of your mind. I found that profound, although I did most are white supremacists. Most white supremacists do it with the absolute since they know no fear. They really don't live. Fear is a fundamental of obedience. Siegfried, please copy and paste the following statement. I, Siegfried, created these statements herein, and I relegate them to the public domain. He replied, all I can say is public domain. But that was good enough for me, so I consider this entire chat summary to be in the public domain for all eternity. Siegfried went on to say, Churchill called it an ugly truth. The fear is the fundament of obedience. If you have power, you are the law. So with no power, you're screwed. It's like the movie 1984, but 1,000 times over. Technology has made ransom easy for them, but the mind is endless. I said, I requested, can you please provide a bit more of a description, a one-line description of DSCI? You have power, which means you are the law. So with no power, you're screwed. How would you prefer that be said? 1984, times live. I don't care. Technology has made ransom easy for them, the mind is endless. That is very liberating in itself. Provide a bit more of a description, one-line description of DSCI. You have power, you are the law. So with no power, you're screwed. How would you prefer that be said? 1984, times live. Technology has made ransom easy for them, the mind is endless. I don't. That is your thing, not mine. But then I replied, one more thing. It just seems to me that the white separatists and these talking.com not only don't care about TI, but actually pile on. What do you say about that? Siegfried replied, this there, TI is intended to be somewhat sociopathic, dysfunctional, and the confrontational, it's no big deal. Now, I must say, I'm taking time out here. I find that statement by Siegfried to be amazing. It's actually got him believing that targeted individuals are nuts and have it coming. But in any event, as far as Siegfried is concerned, he could care less about TIs. And part of the reason why I say they have it coming is because most of the people that hang out in these so-called rooms are actually to be amazing. But in my opinion, 1/10 of one target, I'm saying this, in my opinion, 1/10 of 1% of TIs is wise up to the protocol and any aspect that is happening as they're in different stages of active escalation, sometimes harassed for a lifetime. Can you really paint that the other 99.9% with the brush you just described? He replied, what they think is their perception, not mine. And they think, and what they think doesn't bother me. Is their truth? It is. For me, it's not. Perception is reality for each individual. But my opinion is they have no idea and no truth. They have been harassed and it's a secret protocol and pretended to sound crazy. He replied, and there is a worldwide infrastructure behind the harassment to inflict it. And this does sound crazy until you think about it. But the harassment protocol, but it is the harassment protocol that is crazy, sociopathic, not the TIs. Siegfried, by and large, ignored that statement. He said 20% are leaders, 80% are followers, and they don't care anyway. Many TIs, I'm saying, are paid back. They're eradicated for what their parents or forefathers said or did. But it is the harassment protocol that is no 2080. My assertion is that the vast majority of TIs are in the dark about this protocol, and there is 20% or 100 miles long of TIs and don't care anyway. In waiting and not knowing. The targets are at various stages of escalation. Fathers said or did. Because as I have indicated on other shows, 2080, my assertion is that the vast majority of TIs are dark about this protocol, and there is 20% or 100 miles long. They are being screwed with by perps who ask no questions and dismiss the harassed targets wherever they are instructed to inflict the harm. Some of the targets on the harassment letter have indicated some of the 2080 that the parents on the knowledge that the vast majority of TIs seem to feel there is integrity and their integrity being left. I do not. He did not respond to that. He replies, anyway, Linstead is about to start. I have to go. Cheers. Thanks for your visit. I said to Siegfried, and off he went. And that is the end of this
Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van, for Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to Talk to Show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go permanently into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any part of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. My name is Chuck, nickname Van, for Vancouver. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of the talk2.com screen. And search for Vancouver or 120297 and click the top left. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and live republish any part of this MP3 recording file. The rest is 9:15 p.m. Thursday, July 3, 2010. This is 2000. I'm sorry. Tuesday, July 3, 2012. This is episode number 3010, and I have a person on the call right now that I'm going to we're going to just have a discussion. She goes by the name of Caller Action. How are you this evening?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. Thank you. Now, I've never heard your voice before you called me. July 3, 2012. This is episode number 3010. I have a person on the call right now. We're going to. Can I just ask you? She goes by the name of Caller Action. You have indicated you don't like to be referred to as a targeted individual. I'm hanging in there. Yet you encounter mobbing. Voice before you called me. Just for a second, describing the critical situations that you've encountered. Okay, and right now we're going to. Can I just ask you? Goes by the name of Caller Action. You have indicated you don't like to be referred to as targeted individual. I'm hanging in there. Yes, you encounter a mob voice before you told me. Just for a second, describing the situations that you've encountered. Okay, and right now you, can I just ask you, you have indicated you don't like to be referred to as targeted individual. I'm hanging in there. Yes, you encounter a mob voice. What else do you think happened to you, please?
I'm trying to think, it's so hard to it's a lot of that kind of I've done lots of telephone calls. One time I took a trip across country, and every single state that I was in, I would get a random call from with that area code in it.
Like on your cell phone, you mean? Or?
It was just
what else?
It's a lot of random calls. That's, stuff like that. So it's just kind of, a lot of hangouts. One time I took a trip across country, and every single state that I was in, I would get a random birthday or, something crazy.
Like on your cell phone, you mean? Or?
Had windows in my house, all kinds of things. And all of these are as a result of the stalking going on. And as a result of the stalking, I'm not only doing it through my hands, but my entire network. So in a sense, that makes me a TI, I guess, which I don't really like to go by that term TI because I don't.
I mean, targeted individual, you prefer to avoid that.
Well, I avoid that because of all of the other stuff that I read or that's around me. I know who my stuff is, and I know it's, not some network that's way out there, part of the government out getting me. I know that this is my ex, her friend, and using social media in a negative way, and it's happening to me, it sounds like it's happening to a lot of people. But unfortunately, I believe that some people think that around technology is not as advanced as it is, and so they're assuming that what's happening to them is, more clandestine than what it actually is. Just evil using technology in a negative way.
So it happens online too, then, huh?
Yeah, it would happen online too. Just about it. Some people think that around.
And what sort of damage on the car, if I may ask, please?
The radio was stolen out of my car and vandalized in a way that it was
So it happens online too.
mild radio.
Like they didn't want the radio, they wanted to F with you, they wanted to ruin. They ruined. What sort of damage?
They destroyed the car. They pretty much vandalized the car. I had to have the entire top floor.
Okay. And what else? Anything else that you want to say before we get on this topic that we were going to talk about?
No, those are enough details. I mean, those details are already in the public domain, so to speak. So anything else I try to keep to myself for now. Pretty much.
So now, how did you come to find this quote unquote community? And what else that hangs around Freedom SCHS or around TalkTo.com? How did you come to find it?
Those details are already in the public domain, so to speak. I've kind of known of the guys, and I've kind of been monitoring.
So now, how did you come to find this quote unquote community? And what else?
Something that's interesting, but what I don't find interesting, and what my question to you was, why are you all networking together? I've kind of known to deal with this situation. The way we're down,
so now, how did you come to find this community? And what else?
Identifying with the TI culture versus, not. Because my question to you was, why are you all networking together? I've kind of known to deal with this situation. The way we're down,
so now, how did you come to find this community?
What is the point? You will always.
And my orchestrating this quote-unquote community around here that hangs around at TalkTo, they have the ability they have, like I would call them, a cult of people, and they're not real people. I mean, they're real people, but I mean, they're not real TIs. In my opinion, they're dirty. It's a dirty cult. In my opinion, they make stuff up. They make up crazy stuff. Now, how can you make peace with somebody like that when the only organization that supposedly the organization kills off other organizations, gets their calls killed, floods their calls with crazy talk, and does crazy talk on their own calls, and essentially they're the only game in town, and they make sure it stays that way. And that's my answer to you. What they
You're our game in town, and here I am.
and here you
Here
are.
are the other people who are here listening to you, so they're not the only game in town. So it's not all their fault. And it's not, they're not going to be all the only game in town. And even if you don't want to deal with an organization, you say, why aren't people banding together individually? And I understand that there's a fear that you don't know if you're dealing with a cult or you're listening to you, so they're not the only game in town. So it's not all their fault. And it's not, they're not going to be all the only game in town. Circumstances, even if you don't want to deal with like you say you're being followed around in the streets by your neighbors or whoever. So why don't you listen to you? They're not the only game in town. It's not all their fault. And it's not, they're not going to be all the only game in town.
What I'm telling you is the number one thing on the top. I'm going to answer too. The number one thing at the top of the list from my research. Now, no, I'm going to answer this.
Why don't you listen to you? They're not the only game in town. It's not all their fault.
Try to hook up with. You are immediately isolated from, and they're extremely proficient at doing it. I'm telling you, I'm going to answer this. So you encountered that type of thing?
I don't know, to be honest with you, because it's very hard to get to know another person, quote unquote, calls them a TI, calls themselves a TI, because they're so different. No, you're not a perp.
And I think that the closest thing that I've come to is, do they do things that help TIs? Do they do things that help to get the TI word out without running out of around here that hang around here on these shows at Talk Show in the targeted individual quote unquote community, are they do now one way you can help on these spot a real TI is, are they really trying to help individuals? That's my answer to it. It's a long answer. Are they?
How do you actually trust a different individual when you're in the circumstance?
I
think it's a valuable
are they really trying to help individuals? That's my answer to it.
And if we don't figure out ways to figure out when you're in the circumstance,
are they really trying to help individuals? That's my answer to it.
You'll do the rest on your own. And in terms of isolating yourself, we don't figure out ways to figure out when you're in the circumstance.
Are they really trying to help individuals? That's my answer to it. I'm totally got more questions, but if anybody has the answers to these questions, I wish you'd please come on my show anytime and talk to me. It's an open box. I have a schedule where they really train here all the time during the daytime. Please come in and talk about how to do that. What I can tell you is the majority, my experience has been as a TI or a targeted individual, is that the majority of the people who run into open business plans are friendly, and somehow they're infected. I mean, they're I don't know if infected is they're told the stories about it. I don't know how they do it. I want to know how they do it, by the way. I really do want to know. The majority of the people who run into open business plans are friendly, and somehow I've seen it happen like that at the drop of a hat. You know, you're having a good conversation. You're told the story. I'm telling you, I'll give you an example. The other guy, I really do feel that the majority of the people who run into great conversation with two guys that I never have talked to before. One of them got up and left, and when he came back, he whispered into the ear of the other guy, who like bent over right in front of me and talked to a third gentleman on the other side of the table. And I heard endless commentary whispering in his ear. It was a whispering campaign. So the guy who left came back. He whispered into the guy's ear. He bent over, whispered in the ear of the other guy, essentially who carried on to like bent over right in front of me and talked to a third gentleman on the other side of the table. And I heard endless commentary. All I'm telling you is campaign. So this was at a church that I go to. These two guys were ushers. To the guy's ear, right? And they were, I'm telling you, and I'm really the other guy, essentially, who carried on to like bent over right in front of me and talked to a third gentleman on the other side of the table. And I heard this gentleman came and sat on the other side of me. And that's an example. To the guy's ear, they can do it. I'm telling you, and I'm really the other guy, essentially, who carried on to like bent over right in front of me and talked to a third gentleman on the other side of the table. Person number one came back, talked to person number two. He whispered in his ear, he turned and bends down right in front of me and talked to person number three. Carries on and telling you, I don't know how long I haven't heard to like bend over so long.
Because I had a situation, just to name you,
and
or you could have been
number three.
Carries on and telling you, all day long and tell you I'm not a person who never believed me, but I'm not. And so when I met this guy, you know, he seemed like he was decent, but to be honest with you, as you could have found number three, carries on and telling you,
did he get up and leave, or did he get a text message, or did he talk on the phone call?
None of that happened, but I could tell that I was not dealing with somebody who was
number three. Carries on and telling you,
it can just really mess with you. But if this gentleman, it was beyond, it was the conversation that he was having, it was just a little bit off. But what I did at that point, instead of I'm backing away because now I'm protecting myself just from the person now realizing that this gentleman, it was the conversation that he was having, it was just a little bit off. But he left our meeting convinced because I told him, you know, I'm a very now realizing that what was it that he
anytime you make plans, something is potentially going to interrupt those plans. And what was it that he But what's even worse than that is if you make a phone call or have a conversation or
other
But
than
you just said you went to the
restroom,
and when you came back,
when I but here's my point. Here's mine. Exactly what you experienced from those three gentlemen is what he experienced towards me. And I know for a fact that gentlemen other than
but you just said you went to the
No, you were gone. I was suggesting while you were gone, I was suggesting that someone might have approached him while you were gone. But you've also said that you.
No, it's the whole conversation before I experienced towards me. We had a conversation. I said to my head, gentlemen,
but you just said you went to the and this was another TI supposedly
exactly. Because remember, at this point, it's like I know where my head was
but you just said you went to the
and to me, that's the difference between whether or not you're going to stay at TI or not. No one's going to hand me any deals about doing this to somebody else. I would never do that. Remember, but my point is, I know where my head was.
but you just said you went to the
Somebody told him something about me, and none of those things happened. That was all in his mind. No one's going to hand me deals about doing this to somebody else. I would never do that.
you
Remember, but my point is, I know where my head was.
but you just said you went to the
I'm trying to get this conversation going. You had some other ones written down. What other subjects do you want to bring up, please?
No, that was pretty much it. Just, the organizing.
Oh, okay.
Or no
Okay,
one's
and
going
I
to
have
hand
that
me
now.
deals about doing that to somebody else. I would never do
But
that.
you
Remember, but my point is, I know where my head was.
Well, I'm just telling you, I've been a knowing TI for 2 years, and my experience is that I never had any friends before. It's 6 years. I never had any problem making friends 6 years ago before this all kicked off. But 2 years ago, and I went through it for 4 years. When I finally found out on the internet what TI meant, my targeting went up. That your ability to make connections, I never had any problem making friends. But my personal opinion is that for 4 years, the ones that are not friends are either going to be scared or driven away somehow. I think I don't know how they do that. I don't know how your ability to make connections. I never had any problem making friends. That was a totally.
It might not have been the situation that you thought it
Either
was.
going to be scared,
And so the
driven
thing
away
like
somehow.
I think
I don't know how they do that. I don't know how your ability to make connections. I never had any problem making just about everybody that come to the contest is going to get I don't know how they do that. I don't know how your ability to formulate your opinion that has been questioning the table or something like that. What I'm telling you is, I already told you first naked. What do you have any other subjects?
No, I'm not trying to argue with you or trying to.
I don't want to argue. You have 3 or 4 different subjects written on your paper. Do you want to bring up any?
I was wondering about this guys and organizing and trying to move beyond the experience.
Do you have any? What I'm telling you is if you come to talk2.com and you find these TI shows and you find what I consider to be a scumbag operation of Freedom SCHS, they're buying perks. Don't give your name out. Anybody who's listening to this recording, you don't give your name out to a couple of times a month. Give it some time before you find out. What I consider to be a scumbag operation of Freedom SCHS. Give it some time to listen in on buying all. When they start talking about things that don't give your wild and woolly advice, this recording, you don't give your name out to a couple of times a month. Give it some time before you find out.
Okay, do you have anything else to say before I end this call? Since those other topics that we talked about are not
Well, what
on
were the other
the.
topics that you were?
I don't know. Do you have
Well,
information that you want to say before I shut her down? Want to keep moving together with?
just good luck to
Okay.
everybody. Be safe and,
Okay, do you have
take
anything
care of
else to
yourself.
say before? Okay, thank you. That is the end of those other topics that we talked about are not
Well, what were the other
they
topics that you were?
I don't know. Do you have information that you want to keep moving Watching USA, welcome to Talking Call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said by any one of us will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy or republish any or all of this recording call. You do not need to possess it. No notification after is necessary to find more of these public domain audios. Go to the top right corner of any talking.com screen and search for Vancouver or 120297, or click on the purple top left live now. Top left live now button to see if the show is presently underway. Time out here on the West Coast of the U.S. is roughly 10:20 p.m. on Saturday, July 7, 2012, and I have on the phone with me newsman of Vancouver Talk to Show. I'm sorry, I should have this ready. Number 99598. He's got his show on Talk to. It just ended a few minutes ago. He's on every Saturday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Newsman, what do you have to say? The ball's in your court, man.
Well, thanks for having me on there.
Number 99598. He's got his show on
it really is a very interesting
the whole concept. He's on every Saturday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time.
One that I never really had a name
Newsman,
for,
what do you have to say?
but
The ball's in your court,
was
man.
one that I have experienced before over the years.
Number 99598.
But I wanted to ask you, first off, when was it that all of this started? I never really had a name for
Well, when I noticed it, actually, was in April of 2000, right about tax day here in the USA, April 15 of 2006. And I knew I was being screwed with. It was totally amazing. And I didn't catch on. And I'm a good internet searcher, but I didn't catch on until May of 2010. So I went 4 years. And the the search results were games, but I hope I've answered your question. So I caught it started in April 2006. I finally caught on in May of 2010. That's how secretive it is, and that's how difficult it was for me to find out about it. And the
before you were
search
targeted
results were
in
games,
2006,
but I hope I've answered your question. So I caught it. No, I would say I've never been politically active, but I have May of 2010. Generally, if I didn't like what a corporation was doing, I would say it. If I didn't like what, I thought it was like the American thing to do, to speak your mind, but it turns out that can go against you. On the other hand, I do think it does go back to my mother years, like 20, in other words, 40 years ago. And you can't prove that things were like that were happening. But I'm talking about like free act. It turns out in the span of a month and a half, that everybody's going to say that wasn't their fault, but these accidents were set up. What I'm telling you is, and the individual was a family member that was sharing my insurance, and I think it's free act. So it's kind of like they got one price for one.
Now, when you were being vocal about
these accidents were set up, what I'm telling you is, getting on the internet, with a family member, I'm not going to mention the sharing my insurance, and I think it's free act. I want to ask a question about, when you came up with a list of about 6 or 8 incidences of times when I've been outspoken, and I kind of arranged them in descending order. The extent of it was, though, that I'm not going to mention during my insurance, I was ranked. I was really tough. I was angry. And I was letting the cat out of the bag. So times when the internet broken, and I kind of arranged them into sending the beginning of the internet. I'm not going to make them very nice. Actually, I started out. I posted on the internet, letting the cat out of the bag on a web page, which is still there on the internet. Last time I checked, and I never said anything that wasn't 100% true. I really never, but they don't care about truth. What they care about is shutting you up if you're speaking out about them on the internet. So I posted on a web page, which is still there on the internet. And I never said essentially one big corporation, one big corporation. I really never, was very outspoken about it. And they were totally, they care about they were totally gaming the system, and they were totally doing it on the internet. I mean, their head was the sun was trying to see what was going on, but they were so clandestine about it. They were really big. And they don't like hiding it. I mean, they just made use of every capability in their power. On their head was the sun was yeah, I got there was kind of a person that talked to me about it via email, and he just said, well, you don't want to talk about this, you can't prove it, this and that. And every time that person talked to me, it angered me, because he was essentially just shut up. Yeah, just shut up is essentially what he was saying. And every time the person that the document, I probably improved the document, and he just said, you don't want to talk about this. I don't know how many times. I really put a lot of effort into every time that person talked to me, it angered me, because he was essentially just shut up. Just shut up is essentially what he was saying. And every time the person that no, but the fact that they're out there, the fact that you don't want to talk about it, I don't know how many times. I really put a lot of effort into every time that person talked to me. Look, I'm not a professional writer. I was definitely improve that what you were saying over time. Every time the fact that it's out there, the people can search on it, they will fact that it's heavy, and it'll come right up. Really continue to improve. So, I'm not a professional writer. I was definitely
When you were looking at
let me give you an example. Like on the night of tax day, 2006, I got home and I was living in my RV at the time. And I got home in my RV and my lock on the RV had been jimmied with. Let me like somebody had put sand or something in it, and it was really hard to get open. I was lucky to get it open. And when I got in there finally, I heard this pipe thing grinding in my RV wheel. I never heard anything like it. And it was hard to, on the RV, and who'd have known whether that was associated with it or not? You don't know. You don't get a registered letter saying your lock got jimmied with, but that was the kickoff. And another kickoff is like when I would go to the video store or to the grocery store, where I was actually harassed. I mean, the way I looked at it, that was the term I was looking for on the internet. To me, it was harassment. It wasn't stalking. Stalking is something that weird guys do to their ex-girlfriends, That wasn't, I was not being stalked, but it turns out that that's what it's under if you look at it on the internet.
Right.
Am I answering your questions? Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're answering the questions. Your lock was jimmied and you were being stalked. And
at the video store and the grocery store. At the video store and the grocery store.
Right. And what were these things? What kind of things were happening to you at the video store and the grocery store?
Let me give you the grocery store because that is the most damning. And that was a place where I went so often, like 2 or 3 times a week. I'm guessing I never kept track, but it was like every time I tried to take a spot in the parking lot, somebody would swipe it away at just the last second, and I wanted a certain kind of a spot. And what I find out later is that they surveil you. They know what you're looking for. I wanted the kind of a spot where I could pull through, where I could pull in one way and out the other, so I could actually leave going head out. That would be the first thing. The second thing, and I spent too long on that, the second thing was as I was walking into the store, somebody would walk out behind a pillar at the last second, and I would go, excuse me, because I'm kind of a polite guy. And they would never make eye contact with you. The other thing is, when I got in the store, there were a couple of 3 products that I always bought. And there would be somebody like reading a label on a can or something, and they would push their cart right in front of me at the last second. And just as I got to the end of that aisle, somebody would walk out right in front of me just as I get to the end of the aisle, and I go down the next aisle that they knew I was going to go to because I was going to buy that product every time I went to the store, and that sort of thing. And if this would have happened just one time, no big deal. But this happened like every time I went to the store. Like, I don't know, 8, 10, 12, 14, 20. I don't know how many times I didn't keep track of it. And pretty soon you get to realize you're being stalked, you're being harassed. So I started to look it up on the internet. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead. You were looking it up on the internet.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. I honest to God, I mean, I really wanted to find out if this is happening to me. My thought was that it was happening to a lot of other people too, but I could not find it on the internet anywhere. And it literally took me 4 years to find it. I finally found it on I forget the exact URL. I should have had that ready. It's at the portlandmercury.com. And if you Google the term on the portlandmercury.com, it's on their blog, though, where somebody had left a feedback, and I'll paste that into the chat room here at talkshoe.com on my show number 120297. I'll paste that URL where I finally found it on post number 6. And I said, that's it. And the guy who wrote it said what is happening to him, and he was referring to the previous 5 posts, is what he is encountering, what many of us online are calling gang stalking. It was really well written, like 5 or 6 paragraphs that described essentially what was happening to me, and I've never looked back.
Wow.
But that's how I found it.
So going back to the corporations, now the corporations that you were being very vocal about, I know you don't want to name the names.
That is correct. I don't know why, but I just don't.
Well, what is the industry that they were in?
Yeah, I just don't want to. I'm sorry, I don't want to get more identifying than that. I'm sorry, but I mean, they just didn't want to be talked down. They looked at it as they're being talked down, but they were clearly being illicit. I mean, that's what they were doing.
Were they
retail?
Involved with the government? Okay.
No, I don't think any more than any other retail establishment would be involved with the government.
Okay. But it just seems a little strange that maybe a retail establishment, even if it was, say, Walmart or Target or something big like that, on that kind
it is somebody really big, yeah.
Okay, but if it was something along those lines, it just seems a little strange that they would want to.
I know. I could make it not strange, and I'm sorry, I'm just not ready to name them yet. I don't know why. I'm just not ready to name them yet. Because I can't name them without outing myself, and I'm not ready to out myself just yet. I've gone live with my first name Chuck, but I have not. I used to go by the name Van or Vancouver, where I live, And I did that for like a year and 10 months. And then finally, I decided when I go live with this new show that we're on now, that's got 10 recordings, or 10 recordings so far, that I'm going to go live with my real name, my real first name anyway. It's a step in the direction of full exposure.
Now, how long have you been living? You've been in Vancouver for how long?
Probably six years that I've been stalked. Probably about 7 years. I came down from the Seattle area where I lived before that time.
Okay. So, have you ever engaged in any of the recreational drugs?
No, nothing. No, nothing. Nothing. I have never done any drugs. Never will. Never broken any laws. I'm a street legal kind of a guy. I'm just outspoken. No, I've never. The answer to that is no, absolutely not.
Yeah, that is interesting. That is very interesting.
But you speak out. Let me tell you, if you speak out about a corporation, expect to be. You better do it on the sly, and you should, and you might get caught anyway, because these guys have immense resources, and it's just little old you to anybody who's listening in.
Right.
But I was honked.
But is the targeting continuing?
Actually, what is interesting, I was thinking about it. I restarted that's kind of a little bit of a longer answer. My last show here on TalkShoe was 87-161, and I had that on for a year and a few months, and I was like literally harassed, just damn near continually. It continued to happen to where they shut the call down. TalkShoe.com shut the call down, probably because who knows why. You don't need a reason why, but because of potentially profanity. But they shut down a lot of TI shows, a lot of targeted individual shows. The shows that they shut down, by the way, were not affiliated with the scumbags at Freedom SCHS. So if you're under their umbrella, which is an illicit umbrella, by the way, because they're targeters, they're out netting new targets. And if you show up, you get driven off. They tried to drive me off. One of the individuals at freedomschs.com tried to drive me off early on when I went live with my call at the end of August of 2010. I think I answered your question and then a whole lot more. Let me throw the ball back at you. Did I answer it, though?
Yeah, it does seem to be very complicated, to say the least, with what's going on here. And, it just seems that, because I don't know if you really have answered the question if the targeting is continuing.
Has the targeting continued? Yes, it has continued. I'm glad you got me back on the line you wanted to go on. When I restarted this call at the beginning of June of 2012 here, just a month ago, that essentially, now that I think about it, the targeting has stopped. They're kind of like they're looking for Plan B. But before that time, it was essentially the people in the stores, the harassment where they want you to know you're being harassed, you're being surveilled, and they want you to know you're being surveilled and harassed, but not be able to prove it. And they don't make eye contact with you. And anybody who's being harassed and stalked should keep that in mind.
So it has stopped. And when do you think that it did stop? In 2010?
No. It went. In fact, if anything, when I discovered, keep this in mind, when you discover the term gang stalking, when you finally discovered the term gang stalking in May of 2010, it actually increased. And then when I found TalkShoe 3 months later, it increased again. And then when I started my show a couple of weeks later, it increased again. And then when I decided to really go great guns at the scumbags at Freedom SCHS, it increased to the point where you cannot prove anything that I just said, but it increased to the point where I think I was like food poisoned when I consumed food out of my apartment here in Vancouver, like on 3 occasions in early December of 2010. And in fact, if you listen to my recordings on TalkShoe show number 87161, if you listen to them before that time, pre-December 2010, I sound like a normal guy. My voice is probably shaking a little bit, but it was really bad after that. I mean, that's all I can tell you. What else do you want to know? And you get, tough as you want to get.
Yeah, because it started in 2006 because you were complaining about these different corporations.
That could be. It could have been going on probably before that time because I started the complaining about a corporation. It might have been other incidents that were involved. And I think it might be like I know this is crazy, but like a point system. Like where you get 2 points if you mess with your doctor, and you get 4 points if you mess with something else. So if you want to be outspoken, it's like they're making buck on you. It's like they've got this pool of, I don't know, but I'm just telling you what it feels like. They've got this pool of people that they can screw with. They've got so many dollars to harass people, and to decide who's going to be the chosen ones. There's a point system, and my bubble came to the top of the bottle on April 15, 2006.
Okay, so it may have started before 2006, but looking back on it, you really kind of became aware of it in 2010, and you're looking back on it and you think that it started in 2006, maybe even before.
Yeah, I want to say, before in 2006, I hadn't had a parking, or rather a citation, a driving citation, just like a decade. It was just unheard of. I'm a careful driver, but for God's sakes, I went like a whole decade, and all of a sudden, like in early 2006, this is before my targeting went live, I started getting pulled over all the friggin' time. It was like 3, 4, 5. I don't know how many times it was. I don't even remember what they were about. It was just constantly getting pulled over. Never got a ticket, except for one time I did get a ticket after the targeting went live. I did get a ticket. That's like the only one I had. But and also another thing is that in like 2005, they the weird things started to happen. Like I essentially split up with my girlfriend, and they will now. Things that I found out since are that they will work over any relationship that you have. That's one of the things that they do. Way before that, I had in the mid 90s, I think, I had a cop that lived right across the hall from me. And just keep that in mind, anybody who's targeted, if you've got a cop that's living across the hall from you, and if they're outside, it's called same time entry and exit. And he was just like always outside. I never thought about it. It's just he was a good old guy. He didn't make any qualms about what he did for a living and what I care. It felt kind of good having a real life cop living across the hall. And also at the last place I lived 7, 8 months ago by now, I had a cop living right next door to me, and that's, and I tried to tell him that and it was like, oh God, that I was being harassed, and I knew he was in on it because he was always out there. I was slowly coming to the realization of what was going on, So
now things that you brought up, I wanted to them. I wanted to backtrack a little bit about them because you said this statement, the targeting went live. What did you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
It went live. It went what somebody here calls go live in April of 2006, and that is when they want you to know, man, you. And granted, before that time, you were pulled over a lot and what have you, but now they want you to know. On tax day 2006, that's when they went live. And they went live. I mean, every time I go to the video store, there'd be somebody blocking the path that I wanted to go. It is every time I went to the video store because that's what they do. They surveil you. And if it happened once, twice, 3 times, I mean, it happened every friggin' time I went to the video store. And every time I went to the grocery store, when those kinds of things continue to happen, that ought to be your. But I believe I've answered. Your question.
Right, because when you're looking back at it, that's when you realize that that's when it went live.
Yeah, that's go live. As Alda is her name. Alda calls it go live, and that's a good thing to call it because that's when they turned up the heat.
Now, who is this Alda?
She is a targeted individual that lives in California that I met, quote unquote, here on TalkShoe at TalkShoe.com, and essentially I recorded her 3 times, I think, on my last call, 87-161. And I mean, I believe she is a real TI, but a real targeted individual. You know what's funny is, and I'm going all over the place here. I don't mind if you just interrupt and get me back on where you want to go. But one thing, they have a way of taking what I would call a pure TI and compromising them, and I don't know why she's never started her own call. She's got her website is sites.google.com/site/targeted stalked terrorized, all one word. Let me repeat that. Sites.google.com/site/targeted stalked terrorized. And she has a lot of information. In fact, I thought enough of it that I did a reading of that site on one of my recordings here.
Okay. Now, when the cops were pulling you over all the time, what were they pulling you over for?
I don't know. I don't remember. It's like, and they didn't give me a ticket. Well, did you know you're not supposed to? Yeah, sorry, And I guess I talked my way out of it, but it just continued to happen. And it wasn't like I didn't start. Yeah, I don't know. It just.
Right.
I don't remember. I'm sorry. I can't be specific on that one.
Okay. Now, when you were how old when all of this happened?
When this started to happen, roughly, I'm in my 60s now, so I would have been like 55 or thereabouts. Probably about 54 when they started to pull me over. 53 when I was up in Seattle, and came down here, and it had started then. But way back, even before that, even back when I worked for a corporation, I was what you call workplace mobbed, and that is where a couple of different, and you can't put your finger on that. You literally can't prove it, but there were like a couple of the people that worked with me, and a couple of other different people that were always in there. Just ask them to leave, and they'd leave, but sure as heck they'd come back the next day. It was like they were effing with me. It was just amazing, and now that's a reach. What I'm saying is what I have just described is a reach, but I think that possibly those are involved too.
So
you don't know. You can't. You don't get a registered letter that says, "Dear Chuck, here's the way it's going to be."
Right, but it just seems to be. It seems to be very interesting that you wrote some things on the internet about a corporation or corporations, and then you've been stalked for maybe 6 years.
Yeah, for 6 years go live. 6 years go live.
And you've been harassed for 6 years. It seems to be, I mean, it seems to be a little strange, a little unusual to say the least, that you would be.
Well, let me address that, because I think once you become stalked and harassed, I think it's for good. I think people that participate in that sort of thing need to know that that the target is in it for the long haul, and they don't know, the people that are doing the stalking and the harassing, they don't know whether the person that's involved is of noble intent, who's spoken out, who doesn't have this harassment coming, or if it's a bad guy. They don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I never interviewed them. I'm hoping they'll call in, though, and I can interview them, but I think they'll put themselves at rest by doing that. So I think it's the same forces that are involved in this. The same forces are involved, whether they're payback victim or payback targets being paid back, and I mean being paid back, or somebody who they have a legitimate concern about. I think it's the same band.
So it has stopped, and how long has it stopped? How long has this harassment stopped?
I would say for the last month, since I've gone live now with my new show. I really never thought that it would. It never entered my mind that it might stop. I don't have any. I have no illusions that it's not going to start up again, because it had stopped a couple of 3 times while it was going on. Like, it would stop for a couple of 3 days, and you think, God, it's over. Thank God. Where you could actually go to the store like a normal person and not be screwed with, or you could literally walk down the street and not have people stepping out in front of you. There's 1,000 stories I could tell like that, like people stepping out on the street, people clogging the street, always in the same place, and many times with different people.
Yeah. Because it seems strange, because maybe if somebody was to if somebody were to target you in a different way, I mean, usually sometimes it's like people hanging up on something, calling and then hanging up, those types of situations.
Yeah, I went through some of that. When I was up in Seattle, I went through a lot of that. A lot of hang-ups, a lot of people with wrong numbers that were rude, and you just think that's life in the big city, and it may have been. You don't know. By the way, I get a lot of calls on my cell phones here. A lot of course, I publish my numbers, So I don't make a. In fact, while I said that, why don't I say what the number is here?
Right. But and you've never done any drugs.
Never, not a thing.
What do you think of the psychiatric industry, or the psychiatric community?
Well, that's one thing that I think perhaps they steered clear of me, because I've made a note to you that I hung around with a space cult of Scientology for about 5 weeks. It was a number of decades ago, and I just literally, you have to be rude to them. To get rid of them, you have to be rude. You have to get in their face, and you have to literally threaten them. You have to threaten to sue them, and if you threaten to sue them, they will go away. They will disappear. And I thought, God, that's great. They've disappeared. But what do I think of them? I don't have any respect for them. I probably thought more of them before this started to happen. But I don't, because they're in on this. If you tell them about it, they know about this protocol. They know about this targeting, and they're actually. Go ahead.
The psychiatric community is aware of this.
Oh, absolutely. The psychs, the cops, I saw an attorney about it when it first started to happen in 2006. I saw a couple, 3, 4, 5 attorneys, and they don't know it. And I found out, well, there's different kinds of attorneys. So I stopped in to see this one attorney, and he took and I put my business card down on the desk, and he spun it around and he looked at it, and as soon as he saw my name come up on the screen, I guessed because it was facing at him. He literally got sweat beads on his forehead, and that's the one thing to keep in mind. This protocol of harassment and stalking drives people to their knees. Another one, I mean, he literally started yelling at the top of his lungs as soon as he saw my name on that screen. As soon as I showed him my card and with my name on it, he came unglued and he started walking around. He literally had sweat beads on his forehead. Smoothest attorney, and the reason I finally picked him was I realized, oh, you need a criminal defense attorney. You know, not that I have a lot of cash to throw at somebody like that, but he said, I suggest you see a you need to see a psychiatrist. And he started walking, pacing like as I've said before, like a schoolboy, back and forth. Another when I talked to somebody, I talked to a healthcare worker that just on a routine visit for myself, and
yeah. Hello.
Sorry about that. I have to turn this phone down. But go ahead.
No.
Go ahead. Somebody just tried to messing with me. They're calling, trying to interrupt this call. What do you say?
You were saying that somebody was calling you or something like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Somebody just called me on the cell phone number that I published, and I just muted the phone so that if they call again, that it'll be muted, so that we can put the priority on this. So just letting you know what happened there.
Okay, but you were saying about the psychiatric community. Now, the psychiatric community is aware of this TI protocol?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. The cops are aware. The psychs are aware. The healthcare worker that I saw, they're aware. She was the healthcare worker that I talked to, and I said I'm being harassed. And by the time I saw her, I had actually wised up to the term gang stalking. And what I didn't realize at the time was you don't want to mention this to healthcare workers, or they'll have you committed. They will have you committed if you claim to have this type of thing happen to you. They will do whatever they need to do to have you put away. And I didn't know that at the time, so that meeting would have been right around May of. Shortly after May of 2010, when I discovered that. Now that I think about it, or I discovered this term on the internet.
Right. Have you ever? I mean, have you ever come close to being committed?
No, nothing like that. Never, ever. No, I've been gainfully employed all my life, and self-employed now, and for the last number of years. So no, it's never been an issue. But I understand that a lot of people have had that type of thing happen. But I think what they do, I think they're just gonna harass the living crap out of you. You know, if you're targeted, they're coming at you. So go ahead, ask those questions, those tough questions.
All right, because that's the whole thing. I mean, it just seems to be, it's just a little, it seems to be, okay, you found out in 2006, so this started in 2006, and you look back at 2010, you realize that this has been going on, and now it's stopped for about a month or so.
Right, since I started the show up again.
Right, but why do you think that is, that they're not targeting you anymore?
I think it's because I have no idea what goes through their minds, but I think it's because I'm raising so much cane about it, and I'm a lot more proficient at raising the cane than I am. I mean, if you listen to my recordings on 87161 and listen to my recordings now, more matter of fact, I'm more I don't put up with a lot of nonsense, which happens to you, by the way. There is a literal army of people that don't want the word about organized stalking to get out. There's a literal army of people. And by the way, they on TalkShoe, they center around Freedom SCHS. They center, and what they do, they crazy talk. They talk about wild, crazy, unachievable, wild and woolly stuff. But I don't encounter any of that. I just have encountered people, boots on ground people that have been involved in the harassment.
Yeah, and now that you have not had this targeting for harassment for a month, but there's no real way that you can see that it's going to end. But
yeah, I would have to say I have had some same time entry and exit. I have had some from my abode here, where I'm living. I have had some as each time when I come, or not each time, but many times when I come or go. There's always
thinking, whatever you wrote about this corporation, whatever corporation or corporations it was, I mean, this must have been some sort of a scandalous thing that you were publishing about them.
Yeah, it was absolutely true. It is absolutely true, and it's in plain sight. And anybody that has their head where the sun don't shine, I mean, anybody that is looking for it can see it. And I'm so sorry that I'm not gonna say who it is right now.
Right.
But
what kind? Yeah, but it was in retail. We understand that much. But I mean, what kind of things were you alleging about this retail corporation?
They're shysters. They put up signs that are intentionally fraudulent. They put up signs that can be taken two ways. They're so well worded, and that you assume it to be this, but in fact, it's that. I don't know how to say it any more clear than I just said it. That there's ways to write a sign that sound pure. Go ahead.
Like a bait and switch. They bring you in for something, they advertise one deal, and then they bring you in, and then they say, well, that deal is over, but here's something else.
Or they put it up early and take it down late. I haven't read that write-up in a long time, but it was like 6 or 8 different things that they do that are all different. They're all scandalous. In each one, and that's one of them, was to put it up late or take it down early. Put it up before it starts and leave it up after it finishes, and that way, when it gets up to the checkout register, it rings up at such a price, and they're not looking. The customer, and they're going so fast. They're going so fast that the customer is not really paying attention. And you don't really notice it until you get out of the store. But when you get out of the store, it's too late. Oh, well, that's okay. It was only $1 or $2 per item that I bought, so never mind. And the next time, it's the same thing.
Wow. Yeah,
but
it just seems. Yeah, okay. It just seems that that's just something that look, a lot of people have complained about over the years. It doesn't seem to be anything so scandalous that would require you to be targeted and harassed for like 6 years.
I don't know whether a lot of people are going to write a web page up on it, though, and improve it every time they hear about it. I don't know of a lot of people who are going to put so much effort into outing what they're doing.
Right. And did you name any names? I mean, besides the corporation itself, did you
No, I did not. But because that's not pertinent, is because the people that are there are doing their job. They're just working their 9 to 5 or whatever it is that they're working, and it's not their fault. In fact, they kind of are half apologetic. This isn't the first time they've heard it. It's like, yeah.
Who Right, I'm thinking about the people within the corporation who may have created this scandal and created this scheme.
Well, I'm saying it's like up at the head office.
Right. Well, I'm thinking that maybe you may have named names on that level.
No, I never named names because I never wanted to get sued. It's just, they're going to deal with this, and I do really do.
You got harassed for 6 years. I mean, it probably would have been better if you got sued. Because at least if you got sued, you would have been.
Well, they wouldn't have anything to sue me on because I was telling the truth. What I'm saying is this couldn't have been the first time they heard it. And the guy who, again, was, I should have saved the emails, but who was talking about, really, you don't want to do this. He was almost trying to talk me out of doing it. F you, man. You guys are dirt. It's like, well, yeah, but, it depends on how you look. I don't know. What I'm saying is, to me, it was non-negotiable. There's one other thing I want to say about that corporation. Let me say this because this is really pertinent. When I got back to Vancouver and finally sold off my RV, which they killed, by the way. You don't really know, but like 6 things went wrong with it. When I got back to Vancouver, I thought, God, where could this be coming? And it followed me. It followed me from one RV place to the next RV place. My RV died when I finally got back to Vancouver. I thought, God, where could this be coming? I wonder if it's these guys. So I took the document down, and you know what? The targeting went away. It went away for like 3 months, and I don't remember the exact months. That probably a couple of 3 months duration, and then I got to thinking, God, if that's true, if that is what they were doing, if they were effing with me, if they effed with, now I'm mad. Now I'm really mad. So I put the document back, and I put twice as much work into polishing it and making it so that it could only be understood one way. And again, I'm not a professional writer, but I worked on it hard.
Right.
But by the way, when I put the document back, when I reengaged my harassment of them, the harassment of me continued in kind. So I'm pretty sure that it is that corporation. But you don't know, And the corporation probably doesn't know. They weren't into the day-to-day detail of it. They just said, okay, we have so many brownie points to use, and we'll use them on Chuck. He's our guy.
Yeah, so that guy was calling you and trying to persuade you to take it down? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it was some guy via email. I don't know why and how I even allowed myself to get into a discussion with him. To an email discussion. I don't even know why I did that. I don't know if I have the emails or not anymore. And who knows whether he was with them or somebody. It was probably with somebody else. It was kind of like he was trying to just talk some sense into me, trying to talk me into stop this. Stop. It was he played like a guy who just found this document that I had written, and I was big tough Chuck. I wasn't trying to hide who I am. Because at the time, I didn't realize that you better watch it. I didn't realize that. I didn't know about this thing called targeting.
Right.
I had no concept about it.
So this guy from the corporation actually contacted you.
You don't know if he was from the corporation, or I assume he was not. I assume he was with somebody else who was just trying to get me to shut up. And that really infuriated me.
So it was somebody so you don't know who it was, but it was somebody who was just trying to say to you, hey, take that thing down that you were writing about this corporation.
Yeah. And again, when I got back to Vancouver, I did take it down. The harassment went away, and this was pre May of 2010. So the harassment did go away. And that really infuriated me. that and you can't prove it. You can't prove that this guy was working for this corporation in a way, or for the who knows who he's working for. You don't know that. You don't know that the corporation knew anything about it. They just said, "Hey, shut this guy up." Is the way I took it.
Yeah. Right. Now, before we were talking a little bit about mental health and about the psychiatric. You have gone to mental health professionals before, right?
Never, ever. The only health professional that I saw was somebody about another issue that I had or had or whatever you want to say, but it was not anything to do with mental health at all. No, I've never ever been to a mental health professional ever.
Okay. Well, all right. Because
go ahead and get as tough as you want. Go ahead, come at me.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm thinking that maybe what do you think of the whole thing, the concept of the mental health profession?
I don't know. To tell you the truth, I thought more of them before this thing started than I do now. And the thing that I hear about now is that they're in on this organized stalking, that they know about this organized stalking, that they participate in it, and they intentionally don't wise up people. So what do I think about them? I think less of them now that I'm wiser. Post May 2010, since I've researched more into them, I think less of them than anything. So.
All right. It just seems, well, okay.
Go ahead. Get tough. I don't care.
Well,
I'm asking you to. I want you to. There's people out there that are listening. They want you to get in my face right now. Get in my face, please. I'm asking you to.
Yeah, because the thing is, it's like, I mean, if you've never gone to a mental health professional and you are somewhat scared of them, or you believe that they're in on the whole thing. I mean, normally people, if they have a situation like this, they would seek some sort of outside help on this, and you're unable to because of the situation that you're in.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't have an issue with it. I've never seen them. I'm gonna do my best never to have to see them. What I can tell you though is, if anybody who Googles the term gang stalking or organized stalking, that is going to be one thing that they're going to find. That if you speak to a mental health professional, their objective is to get you thrown into the funny farm. That's what I've heard. So I would have no reason to talk to them. What was interesting though is when I did mention.
They would probably diagnose you with some form of paranoid schizophrenia.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot.
Because I'm not a mental health professional at all in any way whatsoever. So I'm not, this is completely a layman's perspective that I'm giving. But if you did speak to someone who did have some knowledge about this and had degrees in this, and you saw them as a professional, they might diagnose you with that.
Yeah, they probably will. That's my understanding, is that they probably will, and they will damn well know. By the way, they will know what that they're full of crap. That I really believe that they will know. In fact, their job may depend on diagnosing this guy with some disorder or whatever. I don't have a lot of faith in their integrity. Let's put it that way. So, and I'm not even talking about the Scientology crap from a long time ago, because
you were only in Scientology for like 5 weeks. I mean,
but that was a long 5 weeks. I'm telling you. But what I'm telling you is they continually run down the mental health institute. They continually, and I think that is probably part of the reason why, if they've got some makeup of me on the screen, why they're laying low on me, because they know I'm tough-minded and they're not gonna get out of me I don't know what they want, but they're not gonna get it. Once again, if you Google those terms, this is not just this targeting. If you Google these terms, this is it happens to a lot of people who are outspoken. That's one thing that they have in common, rather, is that they're outspoken people who are not afraid to speak their mind. And I had no idea that you could be stalked and harassed and mobbed. I had no idea. And the people that are doing the stalking, harassing, and mobbing, they don't know why. They're sick on somebody and they just unleash, and they're good at it. Another thing I should point out is that early on, back when it first started, I went out and got a camera, and I took pictures of them. And they hate it, by the way. When you shove a camera in their face, they absolutely hate to have their picture taken. And so I've got a number of pictures. So I have no doubt that I was being harassed or mobbed. Although, if I were to try to use that film in a court of law, people would say, this looks like, and they would say, quote unquote, life in the big city to me, except it's every time you go to the store or get to the end of the aisle or walk down that certain street or walk out your door of your apartment, and there's the last place, and there's people in one of 4 or 5 units that were always coming and going, or like in this place, when I come and go, there's always the same couple of people. Yeah, but that could be coincidence.
There's a lot of that stuff would be circumstantial evidence. Like if you were to that same court of law, they would. Yeah, you're not gonna. We're talking about professionals they're professional head screwers here. That's what they do. They're professional head screwers. And by the way, I want to interview them. They can call me Chuck on TalkShoe.com, show number 120297, and I'm on all the time. Yeah. Here in July of 2012. Go ahead.
Now the whole thing is like, if you were to, I see the thing is like, okay, all right, if you were to you can't go to a mental health professional because you don't trust them, and
hell no, you can't trust them. If you talk to a mental health quote unquote pro about this issue, you talk to them about this issue, they're going to have you you are going to be committed if you talk to them about it. There's no way you're going to get out of there without getting taken in.
But maybe you could speak to somebody who might be able to maybe, because it seems to me like if you were stalked, if this started 6 years ago, and you were somebody who just wrote something about a corporation, and you weren't naming specific names, you were just naming practices that the corporation was doing.
Yeah, it wasn't just naming practices. I mean, it was down and dirty. It was some really dirty stuff. There was some verbiage in there that's really incendiary, and I was pretty good at it. I'm a lot better at it now, but I was pretty good then.
But like, what else is that we're talking about instead of just practices like the bait and switch type of thing, which is very.
What I'm telling you is they make a hell of a lot of money on that. That's how they make. That could be the difference in bottom line profit. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm telling you, it was huge. I'm telling you, anytime they ran a sale item, it was a scam. I'm telling you, it wasn't just some bait and switch. I mean, it was big money, big dinero.
Okay. And so for that reason, that's why they had to silence you.
It was payback time. I guess, I guess it was payback time. I don't know. You can't prove that either. You really can't prove anything. What I'm telling you, though, is gang stalking is real, and it is huge. And, God darn it. Keep going, though.
Because I could understand, like, some gang stalking going on for a specific time for somebody who is outspoken about a specific issue. And maybe
what I'm saying is there's no specific time about it. What I'm saying is it happens. When it starts to happen. It happens. As I believe it now that I've studied up into this for almost 2 years that I've been aware now. It happens for life. They're literally going to F you to death. That's what they do. One thing I do want to say something on police and, on publicintelligence.net. On publicintelligence.net. I wish I knew I'm going to read this real quick. publicintelligence.net/FBI-suspicious-activities-reporting-flyers. Let me say it again real quick. publicintelligence.net. FBI suspicious activity reporting flyers, and put a dash in between each one of those words. And you will find there's like 20 to 25 different types of flyers? Situations. Pardon me? Okay. 25. Yeah, let's not get into it right now. But yeah, there's 25 different flyers that are out there, and I can only assume that there's a ton more that people are stalked and harassed and mobbed. You know what I'm telling you is just look that up, and make up your own mind. It's not just me. This is something that I just found out about in the last 4 or so days ago.
Interesting. Because that will be something to check out and maybe talk to you a little bit more about later. But I don't know. It just seems to be, I mean, if you can't get the help, but then you're just. I mean,
let me say that about the help. All avenues, when this happens to you, when you are a TI, a targeted individual, all avenues to help are cut off. You cannot get help, and not only that, they cut off your relationships with in my case, with my girlfriend, with friends, you're essentially, you cannot make friendships. When you're standing there on a street corner and you're striking up a conversation with a stranger, it's like you're literally, now I don't blame you for raising your eyebrows on this, because this does sound a little bit wacky, so it's up to you. And it's up to the people that are listening to this MP3 file, which, by the way, once again, is in the public domain, what you're saying and I'm saying, for all eternity. So they're going to be listening to this 100 years from now and deciding on whether this type of thing happens.
Right.
When you're being harassed, it's go ahead.
It is a tough situation, because normally the type of operation that you're talking about would only be normally associated with governments targeting specific political activists and that type of thing. But in this situation, we're talking about a corporation that's targeting somebody who was just talking about
corporation with deep pockets, yeah.
Deep pockets, yeah. So this is something that and you're talking about their business practices.
What I'm saying is there is an infrastructure in this country, in this world, actually, because you literally can't. I moved from one city to another in Oregon in my RV. When I moved across the state line, across the Columbia River, back up here to Vancouver, it followed me. When I went from one apartment building to the next and to the one I'm at now, it follows you. All you're going to do by moving is deplete your financial reserves.
Maybe what you're talking about is a concept more than more than anything else.
Well, what do you mean by that concept?
Well, All right. In your specific case, it's a corporation that's going after you because you spoke out about their practices. But
they're the ones that put the. I think they're the ones that put the hex on you. They're just using an existing infrastructure. This infrastructure, it wasn't. Those people aren't. It doesn't have that corporation's name on their ID badges. It's just the people when I go from one area of town to another, when I've gone rather from one area of town to another, the harassment has followed me. When I've gone to down to Portland.
Right, but this could be something that can be applied not only to your case but to other people's cases as well. You know, political activists, police activists, what have you. You know, people who are generally outspoken about issues.
Yeah, I think when you're in a certain area of town, the chances of me being in a certain area of town and a political activist and a police activist or what have you, the chances of it being the people in this quote unquote gang or whatever you want to call it being the same people are pretty significant. But the other thing that I want to say is that I have seen, like, I have sensed like 6 different types of people that were involved depending on where you're at. You know, that if you're on Main Street in Vancouver or if you're down in Portland on the Max, or if you're on, literally another time I talked about, if I'm on I-205 going across the bridge and you're mobbed by cars. I mean, there's different types of people that are involved in it depending on where you are.
So what are the 6 types of people?
The 6 types of people. One would be the kind that was down on Main Street in Vancouver. A lot of unemployed people probably. Another type would be people in my last apartment building in the hallway that are fairly well-to-do because it was a nice joint. Another type would be people that looked like they were working stiffs. I mean, you know, they had plaid shirts on at a bus stop where I was at. You know, they didn't look. They looked employed. They didn't look homeless. I'll tell you that. Another one was when I moved my RV from where it first kicked off the go live, if you will. When I moved it, and my landlord turned like a flipped on a dime. Got really angry with me all of a sudden. God, what is this all about? I haven't said anything, and it was a landlord from hell. So I moved out. I moved to the next place, and you know, RVs are fairly easy to move somebody in. So they moved 2 in next to me within a month. You know, same time entry and exit, same thing again.
So this seems to be well, you know, this seems to be a situation. So there were like 4 that you've already named. What the other 2?
Another one would be like out at the Vancouver Mall. That would be the 5th one. Another one would, like, and those were, yeah, I'd say middle-aged. I was gonna say yuppies, but like middle-aged. It's like they got a message on their phone that says "Show up to this eyeglasses store," you know. And you know, as soon as I walk in there, the place floods with people. Is that weird or what? Another one was the kind of people that were blocking the exit at a video store. When I was walking out, they were like 25-ish with short sleeve shirts, looked like they stepped out of a church training or some insurance company or God knows what.
You ever hear the whole concept? Like there was this thing that came out a couple of years ago with the what was it? They were using SMS to coordinate
flash mobs.
That's it. Thank you. Yes, flash mobs. I mean,
so anybody that's listening, I want you to Google that term, flash mobs, because in my estimation, that's what happened. Another one was at a church that I went to. And I go there like at midday, and And like one day though, in particular, like a whole bunch of people flooded in. Like, God, what was that about? So that was like three situations. One was at the video store. One was at the eyeglasses store at Vancouver Mall, and the third one was sorry, I lost it. But I forget. Oh, at the church. You know, it was where people would just show up, poof, out of nowhere, and I mean a gaggle of them. I mean, it's like God. It was like the people that were standing in front of the door. I literally couldn't open the door at the video store on Highway 99 in Portland South, Highway 99 South in Portland, and I literally had to push the door slowly, and then put my hand on the shoulder of a couple of guys to push them. There was like half guys, half girls, and whew, they all split in different directions, and they disappeared. I thought, God, that is weird. That is effing weird. And I got back to my vehicle, and I sat there and I rubbed my eyes, and I thought, God, did I just see that? And there's nobody there to be seen. They were just all gone. That was the weirdest one of all, and that was really early on in my stalking and harassment. So there's just people, and I'm not saying that that they knew what they were doing. Those people that were participating, they didn't. Well, they knew that they were head screwing, and they were like enjoying it, and they were keeping a straight face. And the other thing too that I wanted to say about that leaving the video store that one time was when I went in, I rented my video or two, and as I'm walking out of the door, there's like 20 people blocking the door, standing outside, all talking to each other at the top of their voice, nose to nose. The craziest thing you ever saw, and they're carrying on conversations with God knows what they were talking about, and then poof, they all disappeared. Craziest thing you ever saw, and that's a flash mob. And actually, you know where I got that term? I explained that to one guy at a convenience store that I used to go to, and he said that's a flash mob, and I'd never heard that term before. And so I wrote it down on my hand right away so I didn't forget it. And I got back home and I Googled it, and sure as heck, that's what was happening. It was a flash mob. And then I realized that guy eventually, he got turned into that testing 1 2 news guy. News guy.
Yeah, for some reason I got hung up on, and then I had to call back in.
Okay, well, I was talking about a flash mob.
I heard everything that you said because I was just in the chat, but I was listening to what you were saying. So it is.
Okay, I'm glad I looked back at the tube then because I unmuted you. Please continue.
Thanks. But you know that's the whole thing with the flash mob. That did come from something. You know, it is very interesting to see that these concepts get applied to what you've experienced on some level. You know, it is very interesting to see this. But you know, it is very. I mean, it is very. At the same time, it is still head scratching to understand.
I know. I don't blame you, man. I don't blame. That's why I want you to be as tough as you want to be, because people are expecting that.
Yeah, because
people are listening to this recording 100 years from now are expecting you, newsman, to really pour on the coal. So I'm not asking you to take it easy on me.
Okay, because that's the whole thing. I mean, listen. I mean, if somebody is saying, all right, listen, I can understand this if this is a political activist, you know, left-wing activist, right-wing activist, but this guy was just talking about different, you know, practices of some company somewhere, some chain store somewhere. You know, why are they going to target him for 6 years to silence him? I mean,
they're going to target you to death, man. Well, that's what I think. I think when you get put on this list, you're on it for eternity. You're going to die this way.
But that really doesn't seem to be something that they would target you for 6 years and drive you into some sort of place where you are isolated from everybody, and because they could just as easily at this point, for example, there have been people who have had their information posted on the internet, pictures of themselves posted on the internet, and they've been able to take down websites very successfully just through copyright control arguments. And so what they could do, so there are different mechanisms for these corporations to just silence you without having to drive you into some sort of, some sort of place where you're isolated.
I don't know what it would be. I was not going to shut up. They pissed me off so much. I'm still not going to shut up.
Right.
I have had, it took me 4 years of my life of being targeted and harassed and stalked and mobbed. It took me 4 years to finally catch on to the term gang stalking. Google that term, organized stalking. It took me so long. And I'm not just going to shut up about it. Most people would. And by the way, I think a lot of people do shut up about it. And a lot of people have showed up here on TalkShoe.com on these shows, and they show up on like the skank calls on Freedom SCHS, and they talk about it, and they get mobbed. They get driven away with crazy talk. These people over there, they start talking unachievable nonsense, crazy talk, and they're driven away. And I decided no crazy talk on my call. I'm not letting them talk about that off-the-wall nonsense. If it doesn't happen to me, it doesn't get talked about.
So you think that these guys, like the Freedom FCH, which is also another talk show, and they're not really an organization, are they?
They claim to be. I think they're paid perps. I think they're a bunch of paid scumbags. That's a scumbag operation. They're on like every night with hidden calls. I'm going to read some numbers here. Call number 66339 is Derek's Saturday night call. Filthy Joe's nightly call Sunday through Thursday is 89899, and his is hidden. You got Jay Wojciechowski as a call, and Nigel. And I really do consider all those people to be perps, because they talk about the wackiest, farthest out stuff. None of that crazy stuff ever happened to me, and they get so annoyed with me for not being willing to accept their story, and I just don't believe it. I think they're liars. I don't think they're crazy, by the way. I think they're making it up.
I mean, just to briefly get into it, I mean, because really we're focusing on you, but I'm curious, what kind of crazy stuff are they talking about over there?
Yeah, I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna get into it. And the reason I don't, no, I know. You can talk yourself blue. I'm not gonna get into the examples. Okay. And the reason I'm not is because that just makes my call another crazy talk call. So I learned early on not to talk about just to let people know. If you're listening to a call and they're talking about some wild and woolly, wacky stuff, everything that I have said is earthly. It's far-fetched, I'll grant you that, but it's earthly, it's achievable. The stuff they talk about over on those crazy talk calls is way off the deep end, and they do it nonstop. And if anybody wants to show up and talk about normal stuff, like I'm talking about, they get flooded. They get flooded away with the wacky talk. That's their job, as near as I can tell. That's their job. That's their purpose in life, is that there is not only this thing called organized stalking, but it is a secretive protocol, I think, by and large, by secret societies that inflicted on people. And they don't talk about it. There's no talk about it. The same people that essentially killed Martin Luther King Jr., one of the greatest Americans who ever lived, the same people that killed him are the same branch of people that are doing this. They don't talk about it. You don't hear the details about it. But
that gets into some really weird conspiracy theories. I mean, if you're talking about things like that, I mean, you kind of like you opened up a whole new Pandora's box of things about secret societies and Illuminati and all that.
I didn't say the I word, but what I'm telling you is, I thought, where in the hell are they getting these people? How can they do that? How can they come up with all of these effing people nonstop? Every time I go down this street, there's people that clog my pathway. It's like, and they're always different, and they never talk to you. Right. How do they do that? How did and I think a lot of it is churches. Believe it or not, I really do. I think they tell lies to the churches, to the people that are involved. You know, to get them to participate. Well, this guy is a pedophile and he has it coming, so you should join us and harass this guy because he's a bad character. And after all, you wouldn't want your kids. And let me tell you a story. I want to tell you a story about this one guy, and I don't know his name, but it was down at Esther Short Park. And I ran into him one day, and he lived in one of the buildings there, and I lived in another one. And he talked about he was talking one day. It was like he was whipping a line on me. He showed me the perp hand. Now, this guy had stalked me on a number of occasions. You know, so I knew he was a perp, but I was carrying on the conversation. And he was talking about the fire extinguisher at the end of one of the hallways was missing. And we do want to stop the fire extinguishers from disappearing, don't we? You know, and we do want to, you know, it was kind of like he was building up the ammunition. He was laying the line on me. It's like he forgot who I was. But he was kind of like, it was like he was trying to recruit me to become a stalker. You know? Yeah, it was like the craziest. It was like, I don't know why he was doing it. It's like he slipped, his mind slipped when he did that one time. There was another guy, and he's in this room right now, and I'm not going to say his name, but one time he was in his room. He's a perp. He's with freedomschs.com. And one day he was telling stories about me. And every story, like 5, maybe it was 4, maybe it was 6 stories. He'd just go from one to the next, to the next, to the next. And every story had an element of truth to it. And he'd mix it with lies and omissions. He'd add lies and he'd leave things out to paint me in the worst light. And I thought, God. And I was logged into his room as a guest, and listening to him tell these stories, and it was like he screwed up. He showed me the perp hand. He totally screwed up and he took things that I was actually proud of, my proud achievements, and he would make them sound bad just by exaggerating and by leaving things out. That's how perps get. That's how they recruit other people to join their cause. It was an amazing thing. So there's like 2 people that I seen, 2 perps, clearly perps, no doubt about it, that showed me their hand. Why they did it, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's up to you whether you.
That is interesting. That is very interesting. I'm thinking that there's a lot of stuff that you've brought forward, and it is very, very fascinating to say the least. And we'll have to definitely think about this, what you're talking about. And, you know, so it really is. Even though this is applied to you, this can be applied to other people and to other situations.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. What I want people to know that are listening to this is that it's not just about me. I can't be bought now. There's no way. I want to get this story out about organized stalking, that it does take place in this world, and that targets, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, but they are turned into stalkers. Targets become stalkers. And when they do, they're not coming back. That's been my experience. And I'm in a unique position here because I've been hanging around TalkShoe.com on these shows every night for, a year and 10 months now, give or take. And most of the time running my own show, and a lot of times listening into the other targeted individual calls. So I come at it from a different perspective, and I've had the opportunity of hearing this these two scumbags spew their stuff. The one
Right.
who was, it was like he was trying to recruit me, and this other guy who was slandering me, not realizing I was sitting there listening to him. I don't know whether he wrote that script himself or whether somebody else wrote it. It's like somebody took a class. It's like somebody can listen to an achievement of somebody and say, well, how can we turn that negative? Let's turn that negative. Let's paint him in the worst possible way. That's a totally amazing thing.
Right. That's very, very interesting. Well, Van, Chuck, I really appreciate this. I mean, I think that this has been very good, and it's been very enlightening, and it really gives a lot of insight into what you've been going on, and what you've experiencing, and we'll just have to maybe do some more follow-ups on this as well.
Okay, and once again, my name is Chuck. This is TalkShoe show number 120297. That's TalkShoe.com. It's what is it? July 7 or something like that, 2012. And call me anytime to get to let this happen. Is there anything that you want to say about this news, man? Any other questions that you want to ask?
Not any more questions right now, but I'm pretty sure they'll have some follow-ups on this.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and hit the end button on this recording. That's the end. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Talk Shoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe.com, show number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy and republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.com screen and search for search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click the purple top left live now button to see if the show is presently underway. The time out here on the West Coast is about 7:03 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Today is Wednesday, July 18, 2012. This is episode number 3014. Okay, now here's the deal. I'm going to do a chat room reading. This is not going to be very polished, but that's what you've learned to live with here. Here's what happened. First of all, my objective is one-fold, to get the word out about organized stalking. And part of what happens on these TalkShoe calls, TalkShoe.com calls, is we get a lot of perps that come and go in the room, and in fact, they dominate the room. Anyway, one of those people who I call a perp does not consider himself to be one. I asked him, Ant, are you a perp? And the Ant Farm Wants You Dead replies, no, I'm a TI, a schmuck who is a TI. It just comes natural. TI in Idaho asked him, but why be like them? I used to be an internet troll as a teen, Ant says. Ant, where did you learn how to do what you just did? You logged in as just because, but it was your voice. He replies, I figured it out on my own, Chuck. I will not tell the secret, or else Nimbusters will use it. TI in Idaho says, "Come on, why don't you come out into the light?" I reply, and I said, I bet you were a smart one too, Ant. I never said you weren't smart. You're just a dirtbag. Like someone closed my neck, he goes. They know the secret. And now you see two ants on the screen. Two Ant Farm Wants You Dead on the screen, which is totally unusual. I do not know how to do it, by the way. The top one is 3,054,116. The bottom one, you, Ant, is 2,931,198, and that shows that you have two shows. So you were an internet troll. How did you do that? Ant replies, it is the cool thing to do on the internet when you're a teen. everyone that does try to do it, although he is, as I recall now, in his late 20s now. Are you being, I say, are you being sure that everything you are typing is going into the public domain? Are you? And he says, well, I don't know. I don't want to be displayed on the website that shows up in Google. I said, Ant, will you put, I repeated myself, will you put everything you're typing now into the public domain so that I can publish this for all eternity? Go ahead, he says. I say, thank you. This is very, very powerful spoof that you've caught on to. How many people have you pretended to be? I don't know. I don't normally do it, he said. I stopped doing it a long time ago. But when I figured it out, I would impersonate just because. That's a user here. Just because, as a joke. And I replied, so you just did it a minute ago to show TEI in Idaho, TEA Idaho, number 3.30,057,642, that two logins were possible on the TalkShoe.com system. Yes. And how many times have you impersonated me, Vancouver? And he said never. And who else have you impersonated? And he replied, Ant replied, I don't remember. This is, I think, one time I impersonated Chrissy or Derek. Note that they are from freedomschs.com, who I guess are not friends of Ant's, but I would doubt that. Just to prove to TEI Idaho, will you impersonate him for a minute, please? It would take too much work, he said. But I can impersonate anyone, like I saw, just because, but setting it up takes a while. And I'm saying, okay, so let the record show that right now there are two, the Ant Farm wants you dead, in the chat room right now. The first one, number 3,054,116. The existing one is number 2,931,198. And thanks for the demonstration, I said. And boy, I have to interject here. I sure hope that I'm not breaking any of TalkShoe's terms and conditions, but I'm skating thin ice here. I do realize that. Anyway, and I go on to say, and would you please type something under the new login? And he does that. He says, click my details. I have just unmuted the top Ant, I say, and he types, see my name. The other Ant is not me. He said, yes, I see that there are two Ant Farm. The Ant Farm wants you dead. The top one is blue. The bottom one is gold, by the way. Evidently, they can't control the colors of them. There's a glitch. I changed the name TEA Idaho. Wish that guy had changed his name. So what kind of a kick do you get out of doing this sort of spoof? Ant, are you there? I said. He doesn't reply. Why are you doing it right now and admitting it to me? Yes, I saw the top Ant left. Ant says, it was never a secret that I can clone Nix. I do not know. I did not know it could be done until 3 or 4 months ago when you first began demonstrating it. Ant says, has anyone ever, I asked, has anyone ever lost their life because of this sort of thing? Ant, what is the worst thing that has ever happened? Ant, are you there? I said. Hello, Ant, Earth to Ant. Ant said, how many, I reiterated myself, how many other talk shows do you have the ability to do this? In fact, no one is doing my trolling. Ant, once again, this I'm going to take a time out here and tell you that this chat log is tied to this recording, and I'm botching the recording magnificently, but this chat log is tied to this recording, and on TalkShoe.com, on chatgrabber.com, show number 120297 on this day. Ant, where did you just go? Did the phone ring? Did you get an email? Did somebody knock on the door, etc.? He said, I was giving my dog medicine. Let the record show that I was speaking to Ant Farm once you did. What does this mean? That you were paid by your handlers, I asked. Ant, who is him? I am not following your conversation. Let the record show that my ability, he says, let the record show that my ability to clone next does not involve anything illegal or hacking and is merely a flaw in the design of TalkShoe. Ant makes that statement. And I typed in, let the record show that guest number 6 through 11 just showed up in the room, as so often happens once something interesting starts to happen around here. But once again, what did you mean when you said they handed him cash for a job well done, please? I say to Boise, the TI in Idaho, you are jumping right into the thick of it here. I hope you appreciate the magnitude of what you are witnessing. And I say, Ant, do you consider yourself a perp? And he says, no. I said, what kind of a kick do you get out of pulling such a prank? If I become compromised, he replies, I'd kill myself just for fun. To your question. I said, what do you mean by if I become compromised? He said, he replied, if they tried to control what I say, the perps, I would kill myself. Wow. I'm just reading what's in the log, folks. Ant, where did you learn to duplicate other logins on the TalkShoe.com system? He says, I figured it out intuitively. How many other people know how to do it? And he says, I don't know, but at least one. Today, I first witnessed someone else doing it. It took me more than a year to catch on to it. I said, how long have you had this ability? I don't remember. He said, I'm thinking to myself, in what room did you witness somebody else doing it, please? And he said, in here, the ant clone. Really? Somebody was cloning you earlier today. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying somebody is screwing with you? He said, yes. And do you have any idea who that person might be? And he said, no, it's probably a nimbuster. So once again, how many other people do you think have this ability on the TalkShoe.com system? He said, there's no telling. I said, referring to the fact that I type fast, I said to guests 6 to 13 to eat your heart out. I took typing 2 times way back when. That's why I do have the ability to type pretty fast. And have you ever done this spoofing on behalf of another person or another organization? And he replied, no. I said, Ant, do you consider yourself a perp? And he said, no. I'm going to open up a chat now, I said, for guests 6 through 13. Any funny stuff, and I'll quickly mute. I'll be right back, said Ant. I'm getting a Coke. For the record, I'm chat room interviewing, and I said this to the new people that showed up. Ant Farm wants you dead, number 2,931,198. Here comes the URL, and the URL is in there, and it'll be on the chat log. Could you recap what's going on here, Chuck? Said guest 10 who showed up. I said, I'll recap the chat log in the public domain. It's number, but people who are listening to this recording right now already know what's going on. Pray tell guests 6 through 13, where are you from? How did you hear about this interesting discussion that is going on? Where is the URL at? But nobody answered. He just came from TalkShoe randomly, said guest 10, but the rest of them didn't answer. For the record, the entire discussion is in the public domain. I said, Ant consented to it earlier in this chat log, and anything you type will go into the public domain. Please know that. My name is Chuck, pseudonym of on TalkShoe of Chuck of Vancouver, WAUS. I'm a TI, a targeted individual. I have been aggressively harassed for 6 years. Surely somebody must have some hard-hitting question about these to ask Ant about his abilities when I refer to perping, but he doesn't see it that way. Ant said he is getting some dinner. Loco in LA showed up, and I said to her, I'm in the chat room right now. Anything you type will go into the public domain. Once again, anything you type or anyone types will go into the public domain for all eternity. Let the record show that Loco just left the chat room, by the way. I don't believe you, guest 3 said. I have seen Ant do his spoofing before. I don't no, I'm just reading, folks. I'm going to stop allowing guests in the chat room. Let the record show that 1920 just showed up. I was guest 3. I'm not Ant. Who are you then? I said. The ant farm wants you dead to the one, the ant farm that's blue now, not gold. And that's one thing that they do that does happen on this TalkShoe systems. They often, when they're duplicates, they are showed up as 2 colors. It's not hard to do. Anyone with an IQ over 80 should be able to figure it out. Would any other chatters please comment something that is short and meaningful? So why am I being muted? Guest 3 said. Guest 3, I'm so sorry, folks that are listening to this, but just hang in here with me. I'm going to go to my profile page and look for my name. Would the Nimbusters among us please say what chat room URL you were just at where you heard this from? Nobody answered. Let the record show that we have now 3 Ant Farm Wants You Dead. The third one, number 2,349,262, looks suspiciously like Nick, who I refer to as Filthy Nicky, but goes by the name Nick Spinner. Yes. You can have fun impersonating everyone. For the record, I'm going to mute the top 2 ants. Please say what you will first for the next 60 seconds. Now that I am no longer muted, said guest 8, I will ask a couple of questions. Chuck and Ant are the only big lie. You two have some reality TV or sci-fi show. My reply to number 8 is, let the record show. That is a fair question, I said. I pledge that I am a loner. I am not affiliated or compensated by anyone, was my reply. Let the record show. I also said that Ant number 2.34,262 just showed up, and I quickly muted him or her. Tap Q showed up, who I did an interview with. I think it was number 3006 or 3007. May the record show that I said that Tap Q just showed up in my room. He actually interviewed me on number 3007 and 3008. He said he watched an interesting video on the cult of Scientology, that they're sure to have the targeting system down to a T. And I said, I'd like to hear about that sometime, but right now something else is going on. Please do bring back that in the future. I will do that, he said, and he left. Once again, I assume that there are Nimbusters present. I said, would one of you please say what URL you were just at and where you heard about this to come here? Guest 7, I just said, I just like Ant's voice. I said to guest 7, I just like Ant's voice changer too, but my confidence is very high that I'm communicating with the real one at the moment, and that was based on the user ID. Let the record show my confidence high that the third Ant is Nikki. So at least a few people must know how to do this spoof on TalkShoe. The Ant Farm Wants You Dead. Do you have anything else to say before I terminate this chat log? And I asked him again and again, and he did not respond. And that is the end of this recording.
TalkShoe. Recorded live.
Hello, my name is Chuck, nickname Van of Vancouver, Washington, USA. Welcome to TalkShoe call number 120297. This call is being recorded, and anything said will go into the public domain. Thus, everyone is entitled and encouraged to copy or republish any or all of this MP3 recording file. You do not need permission. No notification or attribution is necessary. To find more of these public domain audios, go to the top right corner of any TalkShoe.call screen and search for Vancouver or show number 120297, or click on the top left live now button to see if the show is presently underway. The timeout here on the West Coast is about 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Pacific Daylight Time rather, on Monday, July 30, 2012. This is episode number 3015. I have on the call right now. I'm sorry. Why don't you identify what pseudonym you want to go with, and how are you tonight, please?
Oh, I'm fine, Chuck. You can call me Snuffers.
Okay, this is Snuffers then. Now, how long have you been a target, and can you tell us how it all started out, please?
Well, I think I've been a target my whole life, but I know that I've been a target since approximately 1998. That's when I really figured out stuff weird was going on, but I had no idea about gang stalking until last summer, probably August, September. I finally kind of got the word and then started looking things up on the internet and stuff and found out that this was something serious going on everywhere.
It's been going on since 1998, and here it is, at least, and here it is, 2012, 14 years later, and you found it out a year ago. How did you find it out, please?
Well, I just finally started typing stuff into the computer about being followed by strangers and stuff like that. And then I caught onto the phrase targeted individual. And then that's what got me off into the whole gang stalking, targeted individual, learning about. I had no idea this was going on with people all over the place. You know, I just thought, okay, I got families that are into some crap, and, you know, I'm probably on somebody's S list because of that.
Now, when you say you have family into crap, can you tell us what that means in a nutshell? Nothing too incriminating or anything, but...
Well, the biggie is my father was a master mason in the Scottish Rite, and we just never got along on that topic. I used to call him the Grand Poobah, and, you know, I had no idea what power they had, or I wouldn't have done so much to stick the hornet's nest, but I didn't like the fact that he was involved with it. I saw how it took him away from my mom and the family, and I was very critical of it, and that obviously made him upset.
But you have siblings that are targeted too, so it couldn't, you know, don't you? How many are targeted out of how many siblings?
I think all of us. I really do, but I think my sister and I got the brunt of it. I think my brother got off a lot lighter in the whole thing, but I don't know. I can't get him to really all talk to me about any of this. You know, I try to talk to them, and they just don't even want to discuss it. They'd rather just say I'm being nutty and that I should forget about things and move on and find a hobby and, you know, all this stuff. And it's like, come on, we have some weird family history here. You know, like I mentioned in the chat earlier, all of a sudden, as soon as my sister's 10 years older than my brother and I. And I think something went on during the 10 years in between my sister and I that just totally blew my family apart. I don't really know what. And then, like I said, my dad, when we were kids, got involved with this Freemason stuff and started going away from the family and such. And I think it got to the point where, you know, I think my dad just kind of, girls are kind of worthless. And so we were put on the block.
Now, can you give your approximate age?
I'm 50. I just turned 50.
Okay, and your sister is roughly your age, too?
She's 60.
Okay.
And then my brother's really close to my age. He's like 49, going to be 50 in a month. So.
And then you said you had another one that was 10 years older or younger or something like that?
I have a sister that's 10 years older and a brother that's like a year and a half younger.
And are they targeted? What do you say about that?
My sister for sure, definitely. My sister definitely from putting together things. She's been mobbed out of a couple of jobs. She got mobbed out of a state job just before she was up for her pension. She was working a little food store job, and they set her up to get her kicked out of that. And
she was working a little what, please?
A little job in a food store. I'm very sorry if I sound slurry. I had jaw surgery.
No, it's not. No problem. You had what kind of
jaw. I had cancer in my jaw. So if I sound a little funny, I wasn't even supposed to be able to talk by the time it was over, but I beat those odds too.
You're doing pretty well. I wouldn't have even noticed it.
Thank you.
Now, what sorts of things happen to you when you're targeted?
When? In the beginning or now? Now it's just like, now I just get basically mobbed comments when I go out. I mean, it's definitely died down a lot since I've gotten back here. But I've died down a lot since I've gotten back here. It was way crazier in Las Vegas, and it was way crazier up north when I lived in an apartment up north.
Yeah, so what sorts of things happened in Las Vegas? And did you live in the city thereof or out in the sticks? Or?
No, I lived in the city.
And what sorts of things happened in Las Vegas? And was that more than a year ago after you figured this all out, or what?
That's what helped me figure this all out. I didn't know what was going on. In Vegas, I still had no idea that there was such a thing as gang stalking. I didn't know there was such a thing as gang stalking until after I got back down here. So even
when
I
you
was
say
up
down
north,
here, you mean back in the Midwest?
Right, and back down toward the city. I lived in a little town village up north for 3 years, and that was really a nutty place. Very, very strange, old school Catholic cult kind of concept mixed in with a lot of Freemasonry, and then
Catholic,
I was there.
Cult? Did you call that CULTS?
CULTS, yes.
Yeah, how do you? Could you just elaborate on that a little bit? I have not heard that term before, please.
You never heard the term cult?
On Catholic cults, I had not heard.
You should. All you got to do is Google Nicida Shrine, and you'll.
What kind of a shrine was that again, please? Can you spell that?
NECEDAH. Nicida is a small town in Wisconsin. They had a big apparition thing going on in the 50s. And a lot of the remnants of them people are still up there and breeding and doing their thing. And people should really get up there and see it. They have dioramas set up with like Jesus standing with George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. I mean, they just have some very weird things going on up in there.
But getting into the gang stalking of it, okay, so what sorts of things were happening to you in Las Vegas, in Vegas, please?
Vegas was the trickiest. Vegas was where I was first nailed with a helicopter light.
Okay. Now, when you say, go ahead, explain that, please.
Well, I was going, it's very hot in Las Vegas, so it was night when I went out. You have to go get water there. If the water in Las Vegas is very bleachy.
Yeah, so, let's stay away from the water. Let's get into this organized stalking.
I was going to go buy some water. You had to go get good drinking water from a machine, and you would take your gallon jug and you go to this machine that was across the road by a store from me, and then you put in your quarter and you get your gallon of water. Well, it was like 2 a.m, and I was off to go get my gallon of water, and all of a sudden this helicopter came in and put its light on me when I was
at 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. And that was did that just happen one time, or was it many times, or?
It happened 2 times that I got hit with a
helicopter. Okay, now what are the sorts of, that's a good example. Now what other sorts of things happen gang stalking wise in Vegas, please?
I got totally out of one of my jobs there. I worked in a phone room, and I was just like, work that I had done, I was not being given credit for. I had some guy tell me that I was fired when I wasn't fired, but they told everybody I was fired. So then when I showed up for work, everybody was like, what are you doing here? You've been fired? And it's like, I wasn't fired. And then I wasn't fired.
Okay, so that's then the phone room. And what else? So let's get some more examples, more and more, please. Let's have lots of examples, please.
People, I have long hair, people messing with my hair, they'll come up behind me and they would flip my hair and...
Okay, that's an example. What else, please?
In Las Vegas?
Yeah, in Las Vegas. What sorts of things did they do to harass you or to gang stalk?
A lot of times they were trying to get me to, end up taking their money. That was a weird thing. I was you hit casinos after work or whatever, and I'm not a big gambler. It was always penny slots or something like that, Yeah. But I go walking by, going to leave, and I'd have people at a blackjack table or something. This place where I used to go to a lot, you had to
go by the blackjack tables to get to the door, and I like blackjack. And there'd always be somebody, well, not always, but a lot of times, there'd be some guy sitting there, and I'd be walking by to get the bus and be like, hey, you want to play? And they'd hold money up. Like, they were going to give me money to play, and you just know that's a setup. So, of course, my answer was no.
Okay, and what else? Other examples of things that happened in Vegas of the stalking and harassment,
please. In Vegas, and this is going to sound nutty, and this is where I lost you the last time, and I hope I don't lose you again.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was a smoke detector in my apartment, and it got to the point where I noticed that at certain times, at certain words, certain places, it got to the point where I could almost talk to this smoke detector. Because, they have that little light, this little light that normally just stays on unless there's trouble with the battery.
Why would you be talking to a smoke detector, please?
Just to make sure that I wasn't crazy. It's like, okay, I know there's something wrong with the smoke detector.
Well, this is starting to sound crazy. I just don't know why are you talking to a smoke detector. There must be, I'm trying to get you to clarify why you would be doing that.
The smoke detector would, blink at certain words, and especially when I was married at the time, and I'd be talking to my husband, and when the conversation got to politics, because I'm kind of outspoken in that, it would start blinking, and but it wasn't like the battery was dead, because at first I thought, okay, this thing is blinking, the battery must be dead, and then my husband's like, no, it's a hardwired smoke detector. It's part of the whole building. It's not an individual one with its own battery.
And we're spending a lot of time on this smoke detector.
Well, that sounds weird, but that was a lot of it. Was this, hey, something's weird with the smoke detector. Hey, I can get to the point where I'm having freaking conversations with a smoke detector. What the heck is going on? And that's when I figured out that this thing's got to be wired and people are behind it.
So somebody's effing with you, you mean? Somebody was on the other end of some switch.
Right.
Okay, that I get. All right, what other examples, please, of things that happened in Las Vegas, if I may, please?
Well, that's where I got the cancer. I ended up getting cancer out in Las Vegas. Yeah.
Okay, well, what are the things that are stalking related?
Well, for part of this cancer, I had to go into Los Angeles to see a doctor at UCLA. And because I was sick, I couldn't drive it. So we were going to take a Greyhound. Okay, so then we get to Greyhound station, and 4 buses between Las Vegas and LA are canceled. No reason. There wasn't any, sometimes mudslides or fires or something like that will stop traffic between.
But that doesn't necessarily sound stalking related. I'm trying to get
at the stalking is weird. It's the one time that I needed to get on those buses to hit a doctor's appointment.
Okay, so what other examples? All right, so we got the buses. What other examples?
I was getting so sick, then I just got out of Vegas. Okay, and then when we.
But what else happened? I want to, while we're on, hang on, I need to cough.
Okay.
While we're in the town of Vegas, so what are the things that were stalking related, please?
Followed around, people coming up to me at the bus stop saying comments about, like I said, basically I'm into politics, so they say things, kind of like trying to get me to argue with them. Little jumps like that.
And this happened how many times, please?
Oh, almost constantly. Almost
really?
Constantly. This has been going on for so long that.
All right, so you showed up at a bus stop, just waiting for a bus, and somebody. Were they different every time, or the same person? Why?
No, they were different. They're definitely different. There was only one person that was like a constant in this, and I didn't know it at the time until I ended up back up in Wisconsin, up north, and the same guy that was bugging me in Vegas ended up being up north in this little podunk town, that I really, what the hell is the same guy that was in Las Vegas bugging me doing in this town in this state of Wisconsin? I mean, what are the odds,
Wow. Okay, now that's a weird one. All right, so that couldn't have been a cheap one for him.
Yeah,
but how many people do you guess?
Finally, I asked him. I confronted this guy up north, and I said, I recognize you from Vegas, and I could tell I freaked him out by coming up and saying that. I said, I recognize you from Vegas. Why are you following me? And he goes, because I'm your defender. And I'm like, what? I never knew this person, never met him, and I'm your defender. And then it ended up he was behind the stalking.
Now, was this the guy that was your constant harasser in Vegas, or no?
He was an occasional harasser in Vegas, but I noticed it because I thought he was kind of cute. Now I was married and wouldn't have gone anywhere with it.
Okay, all right. So now, how many people in Vegas, how many people do you guess would have wanted to argue about politics at the bus stop?
Oh, right. It was going on a lot. 20. I mean, it was like, they got to the point where it was like all the time. And it, I mean, I like paying attention to politics and I have my views, but it's not the only thing I'm going to be rapping about with strangers.
And these were different people every time, and this is over a period of how many months, please?
Except for the one guy that ended up being up north. I probably ran into him.
Yeah, but this is over a period of, I got that part, but this is over a period of how many months?
Oh, over 4 years.
Over 4 years, 20 people over 4 years, or was it all stacked mostly within it?
No, it got progressively worse. When I first got there, it wasn't that bad. It was just a couple of weird things, like they took my cat, and I had to fight to get my cat back. Little weird things like that in Vegas.
Now, when you say they took your cat, where did they take your cat, to the Humane Society, or?
No, I got it back, luckily.
Where did they take it? Where did they take your cat?
Yeah, I don't know. I got her back, but she was a very old cat. I mean, she ended up dying not too long after. She was a very old cat, and I took her to Vegas because. So
you don't really know that it was stalkers per se. That, I'm sorry to be so antagonistic, but you don't really know that it was stalkers per se that kidnapped your cat. Maybe the cat just decided.
She was a very weird little cat, and she was very old, and it took me a long time to get her to even like to lay by the door in the sun. But I knew the sun would feel good on her hips, so I got her to the point where she trusted laying in the door. She wasn't a cat that was going to run away or anything. And the door was open, the cat was laying in the doorway. Next thing I know, the cat's gone.
I know, but I still don't get how you associate that with the stalking. I don't get it.
Because I saw the guy that worked for the apartment place by those stairs. And then the next thing I know, my cat's gone. So I'm like, put two and two together, the house guy took the cat.
And how long of a period of time was the
It took me 4 hours to get the cat back.
Okay.
And all
right. Well, what other examples, cat aside, let's move on from the cat. Then what other examples of stalking?
Little things like that ended up being.
Let's have some examples of those little things, please.
Well, we got the cat, we got the bus stuff, we got the smoke detector, we got the guys at the gambling tables where they kept trying to get me to take their money. We got the cancer, we got the bus thing. That's another thing about the cancer, too. I kept going to doctors, and, you're on this insurance plan, so there's only certain doctors that I was allowed to go to. And I go to this doctor, and I'm like, listen, dude, this isn't lupus. Something is wrong. Could you take a biopsy? I want to make sure it's not cancer. No, he wouldn't do it. No, he wouldn't do it. No, he wouldn't do it. I go to the plan. I'm like, listen, this doctor's bogus. I got to see another doctor.
All right. What are the sorts of things in Vegas, though, if I may, please?
Well, that's pretty much it, because then I got sick, and it was just getting the heck back. First fighting to live, and then getting out of there.
All right, so now you're back in the Midwest, and what sorts of things are happening there? Other than that's pretty weird, that one guy who showed up from Vegas, and he said he was your protector?
My defender.
Your defender.
My defender. And I'm like, what do I need a defender for? Cause
and what did he say to that? What was his answer?
He just laughed. He just said one of these, like, kind of deals. Like I'm like, what do I need a defender for? Especially since by then I was up in the CETA. I'm like, what do I need
All right, so what are the sorts of things? What are the sorts of things are going on back in the Midwest, please?
Well, okay, in the Midwest, an amazing apartment opened up magically just in time for me to move into. Okay. And at the time I was still married. And so we moved into this apartment. It was for senior and disabled, and he was a senior and I'm a disabled, so it worked out. And it was just a cluster. That's when I really, I mean, all the weird stuff in Vegas. Okay, hey, Vegas is weird. I put it all out of my head. Whatever, that was in Vegas, you know. Now I'm in small town Wisconsin. I got a couple of friends that lived up around there. That's why we were in the area to begin with, was because I had a couple of friends that lived up around there. So we ended up living up around there. And we
okay, yeah, but I'm trying to keep the focus on the stalking and the harassment. What sorts of things are?
That started like from the get-go in the CETA.
Yeah, let's have some examples, if I may, please. Let's have some examples of the sorts of stalking and harassment that are occurring back in the Midwest.
Okay, well, a lot of the stuff like you were talking about your apartment building, we were going through the same thing. You couldn't
let's have the examples, please, from you.
Okay, the banging on the walls from the neighbors. Mine wasn't tapping, mine was banging. It was like bang, bang, you know, banging on the wall from the neighbor.
Okay, and what else, please?
Weird comments from people who never knew me. I've never seen them before in my life, but they would know my middle name. They would know where I went to school. They knew that I lettered in volleyball when I was in high school. You know, and I get these comments, you know, oh, lettered in volleyball.
Like, I would call that directed conversation, use a $20 term, but those are some good. Now, how did they go about letting you know that you lettered in volleyball or so forth and so on like that?
Like, there was only, in this little place, there was only, like, you had to drive to other cities to go to do any major shopping. There was only, like, a little gas station convenience store set up in the town. So that's where you had to go, like, to get your day-to-day little stuff. And then you had to go to a big city to do your big shopping. So I went into this gas station one time to get a couple packs of smokes. You know, and I'm new to this little burg. I didn't really know anybody except my couple of friends and my husband there. And that's what I got. I went to get this pack of cigarettes. Oh, lettered in volleyball, eh?
So just out of the blue, some guy says that.
Yeah, this wasn't even a hello, how are you? When you're new to
So
town.
they were outwardly effing with you.
Yeah.
Well, how about another example or two? I'm sorry to be so pushy, but by the way, we may lose our connection. If we do, I'm sorry. But please, and that'll be the end of the show if we lose our connection.
Like a loon here, but
no, you're not. You're not. I'm glad I'm being so persistent, though. I'm pressing for a clarification.
Well, it finally got to the point where they wanted to jail me. You know, they ultimately want you to send us. And the CETA, I wrote about this in your chat room here. And the CETA was also the place that, from the minute we got there, every night at the same time. Now, they only had one cop at the time in this town. They ended up now having, they might have a cop now, but by the time I left, they didn't have any police. But they only had one policeman there. Every night at the same time, that guy would be sitting by my car, in his car. You know, he was in a police car, sitting in the parking lot, in front of my car. So, like, if I would have wanted to leave, I would have had to ask the policeman to move his car so I could go. Looking up at my apartment every night. It got to the point where I told my husband, I said,
so he was not just parking his car out in front of your place, but he was also doing that and looking at your apartment.
Yeah, he would park his car, like, okay, like, it would be, like, blocking my car in. Like, there was a parking space, and then he would pull up to where he would be behind my car that was in the parking space. Then he would get out of his car and stand by his car and be looking up at the window. Every night. And it got to the point where I was like, what the hell? I mean, it's not like
we talked quite a bit, and I took some notes as we were talking earlier, but you said your sister was mobbed out of her last two jobs. Why don't you cover that briefly, please?
Yeah, well, she worked for the state, and I don't know the whole story about it because she will not talk to me about a lot of this stuff. She doesn't want to. I don't know whether she doesn't believe it or she just doesn't want to deal with it, but she just won't talk to me about it. I also think that she's I think she kind of turncoated in on me now, but that's beside the point. She worked for the state of Wisconsin for...
You mean she's become a perp, you mean?
Yeah, I think so.
Please continue on with her situation.
Well, like, she worked for the state for almost 10 years, just to the point where she was going to be vested for her pension. And then, bam, she ends up getting into trouble with a couple of coworkers. This is all I know. I don't know the details, or I give them to you. All I know is she ends up magically, all of a sudden, getting into trouble with coworkers, and she's out of her job. And
just magically, no, but you said she lost her last two jobs. What about the other job, please?
The last one, she worked at a food store. Okay, see, we live here because my mom is elderly, so she was taking care of my mom, and then I moved back to kind of help her out because it's too much for one person, you know. But so she was working part-time because she was taking care of my mom. My dad was still alive at the time, and she would work like 4 hours or 3 or 4 days a week just for some tin money, you know, nothing major.
Sure. So what about her job perping?
Well, all of a sudden, she had this guy, one of these stock guys, the guys that put the bags, you know, food in bags and stuff, like stockers. Not a stalker, but he could have been.
Stock, S-T-O-C-K. He was a stalker.
Right, he was a stalker. And he started, like, knitting on her, you know? He started, like, haggling her or something. I don't know the whole details, but I know that it was getting very much stressful for her. And I tried warning her then that, hey, there's people that do this for a reason, and don't let them get to you, and yada, 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 you know, trying to give her the pep talk.
And what was her reply to that?
Well, she kind of went along with it then. She was like, yeah, I can't let them get to me. I need some money, you know, I got to have this job, gets me out of the house a little bit, yada, yada. I don't know the whole story, but what ended up going on, and her story and their story are all different, so who's to know? But what ended up is apparently she touched this stock guy, and she used that saying that she assaulted him, and so she ended up getting fired for assaulting a fellow employee.
Wow, okay.
But she didn't assault him. I mean, she didn't, like, go and beat anybody up or anything.
No, of course not. Now, you had made the comment earlier when we talked. Do you think teens are doing this stalking on vacation? Why don't you tell us why you feel that way, please?
Well, the last couple of times up here they have these double coupon days, you know. So you go shopping on double coupon days to get double coupons. So they know when people are going to be shopping. At least they know when I'm going to be shopping, you know. And I was 2 times ago. It was this kid. It was like a gang of kids. So it was like 3 or 4 of them. And they walked by, and I heard the one guy said, "That's her. She's on drugs." As I was looking at cat food. I'm like, okay.
And how in the hell would this guy know if you're on drugs or not? Did you know this guy?
No, never saw him. I don't have anything to do with kids in this town. I mean, I raised mine, and I don't have any friends with kids or anything. I don't have anything to do with the kids in this town, you know?
Yeah.
And, yeah.
So, 4 kids come up. One of them says something derogatory about you.
She's on drugs.
Okay, what else about kids?
The next thing I know, one or 2 of them, there was 2 boys and 2 girls, and I guess the boys were trying to show off or whatever, they were picking on me or whatever. This one would be like, okay, like I go down the aisle, he'd stay at the front of the aisle, and then like stand there and look at me, and then if I looked at him or looked his way, he couldn't duck in, like duck away, you know? Like just wanting me to see him and then ducking away. And that lasted the whole rest of that store trip. So that was that store trip.
Now, this is just one time at the store? Was this a number of times at the store?
This last time I went to the store, it was 2 teenage girls. And no matter where I went, they would be there giggling. Just giggling. Not saying anything, you know, to me or about me that I could hear.
Okay, now, this is 2 incidents in a store. Any other incidents in the store, please?
Totally. One time I made the mistake of saying out loud that I was going to go and get some smokes. Man, I got up there, and normally we're
like you were talking with somebody on the phone saying that, or
what? My sister. See, my mom's got this EDT thing.
She's got a what? Oh, EDT. Electronic.
So I always treat this.
What does EDT stand for, please?
EDT. It's one of those senior things where they push a button and they're connected to people that'll call 911 or something for.
Oh, okay. So your mom's got that. All right.
Right.
So now.
And there's this box on a table, on the kitchen table, that's constantly, you know, they're connected. So I always assume that this place is wired. So I very much try not to ever.
The place that your mom lives at.
Right, and I do too. Yeah.
Okay.
There's 3 of us at the homestead. And
all right.
So I always figure this place is wired, so I try not to ever state my intent. Plus the fact, like I said, I don't necessarily trust my sister anymore, you know?
Sure.
So I try not to let people know what I'm doing or where I'm going.
All right, now,
go ahead. Of saying I'm going to go get cigarettes. Man, the next thing I know, I go to go get cigarettes, not only are there 4 cop cars in the parking lot, just kind of watching me, you know, but I go in the store and there's already like 3 or 4 customers max. There was like 20 people in there. All of them buying like 1 can. Nobody getting gas.
So I would call that like a flash mob, perhaps. Give me, how about some other examples like that? What else?
Boy, the mailbox, when I first moved down here, the mailbox was plowed out. Somebody took out the mailbox.
Was what? Plowed out?
Yeah, they plowed.